Ain't nothing like that.
This meeting is being recorded.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Got
Holy
it.
shit.
It says leave meeting.
Well, some people be like, I don't want to be recorded. I'd be like, all right, well, this meeting is over.
That's crazy, Kate. But anyway, so he said he measured the track. Well, he measured the distance, and it came out to 3.6.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So 0.6 is an extra almost mile.
Yeah, that's more than a half mile. That's a CFT
Yes,
extra.
sir. So I said, so what did you do with that? Like, well, took it back to the command. They didn't do nothing. So this is all simultaneously while he was histed. And he wants to be a drill instructor too.
Yeah.
And the package was looking good. Everything was looking solid. Came back down, denied.
Damn. Because of his PFT?
Well, he don't know. He's assuming that's what it's about. But my thing is to say, well, if it was unofficial, then how would the CEO know? It would like if it was an unofficial runtime, it was just basically just for MAI.
Right.
How would the CEO know unless
the
instructor told him face to face, like, hey.
Yeah, my question is, what's their policy, right? Like,
I don't know. That's what I said, dude. I was like, was it an official PFT? He was like, no, because when I ran my official PFT, I actually ran a 270.
Right.
So which I don't understand how I'll go from, I think he said a 220 or 230 to a 270 all in 3 weeks. So he said that's why he went to go measure the field. I was like, I don't know, dog. I mean, that does sound shady.
I would say, what's up, brother? I haven't yet. Is it hot? It'd be hot. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to get this fucking thing together. It's supposed to be recording already. It's supposed to be recording right now.
Good old Kate.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate your patience, man. I just gotta get this. I'm figuring out how to get this thing together. I think I got it this now though.
Kate, you're not talking to an outsider here, my guy.
I just want to make sure you know that I know what I'm doing, sort of.
Kate, I walked in your room and took your yang lane and went to my room.
You came and picked that shit up. I was like, hey, you came and sat down. We was just like, okay, I fuck with this. So all right, it should be taking notes now.
Better have your loot sling in your fucking jacket, bro.
It should be coming in. Launched the meeting.
You still got your jacket, Kate?
No, man. I
still have mine, but it's
you still got yours. That's why I was saying I gotta get a new one. I'm gonna buy us both new ones. After we get our first deal, I'm gonna buy us both new ones. All right. I think the captions should be good. I gotta get a new mouse, man. This fucking thing is trash.
Right, how's your other boy doing, man? The one that's doing real estate with you?
Dave, he's got a bunch of people working on shit. Hold up. All right. I don't want to leave. I want to keep that there. Yeah, I got a bunch of people working on it, right? Just like a bunch. Everybody's doing good, man. It's fun because like I think that and that's what I want to go over today. I think a lot of it for me is like I've learned a lot about what I need to do and what I need to not do. And yeah, man, I'm just fucking very, very happy with like where everything is and stuff like that. I'm very, very happy. And so like Dave is funny because he's like, oh, let me check these notes. Dave is working on joining the meeting. Join the meeting, my boy. He's not joining the meeting. So normally, hold on. I gotta go into settings because normally he joins it. Otter is one of my AIs. So Otter will just funny because normally he would just join. Max number deployed assistants. So normally he would just join, right?
That's just
I had to turn it off because what he was doing is crazy, dog. Here's how crazy the technology is, right? What he was doing was he would join meetings on my calendar. He would just join meetings on my calendar, right? And yeah, he would just join meetings on my calendar and just like take notes.
Listening.
And so it's crazy for real, right? So like there was a meeting, and this is what I gotta do. I realized why he wasn't in there. Because what he would do is he would join a meeting. He would join a meeting because he saw that there was something on my calendar, right? And so what he did was he would join a meeting because he saw there's something on my calendar, and he would just start taking notes. So when somebody's in the meeting, it would be like, oh, it's Paris's Otter AI. So what I'm probably gonna do is I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna send you a new invite, and I'm gonna create a new event here right now. We gonna both join it. So it's gonna be Zones Bones.
I knew he's gonna do something silly like. Karen, that's how I know you love me, man. Only you do this stuff.
Okay. I guess.
Don't kicking it with your boy.
Oh, that's it right there. Do I want to add my motherfucking Otter AI? Yeah, that motherfucker better join. All right, that's good. More options. Otter AI. Yeah, that should be good. All right, save. Go back to editing. I want to set this shit for a bigger time so he don't fucking leave. Motherfucker we might go longer than this, but it's good. All right, save that. All right, now I'm gonna get the link. Get that linky link. Copy that. I don't want to join it with Google. Damn, they fucking tripping. Well, I guess I could do it with Google. Yeah, we'll do it that way. All right. I'm gonna leave Zoom. I'm gonna send you a Google link. Stand by. Hold up. Yeah, I'm gonna send you a Google link. All right. Oh no, there we go. Here we go. He in the waiting room. He knew what it was. Where my boy at? All right, Otter, you in here, my boy? There he is. He doing his thing. All right, cool. Yeah, see, I knew. See, he will read. So I gave him permission to read my calendar. And so what he does is he'll pop up in there and be like, "Hey, y'all got a meeting going on? Y'all need somebody to take notes." And there he goes. He's taking notes. I'm just double checking, making sure he's.
Oh, so that's who.
That's who Paris is. You've probably seen him before in other meetings.
Oh, he's not really.
No, it's an AI. It's a computer.
Oh, okay, artificial intelligence.
Oh, yeah.
Person. Like that knows how to. He's doing it for you. Okay. Capers, you froze.
Dropped out.
Okay.
You hear me? Okay. All right. But yeah, it's not a real person. It's
okay. AI. I was like, who did? It didn't cross my mind. Artificial intelligence. Like I was like, okay. I thought Otto was an actual real person. Like what?
Man, that's my.
Who does that? Like, ooh, I want to be a part of this.
Yeah. All right, I gotta close this one.
Zones Bones kicking it with your boy.
Stop that video. All right. You can see me. All right. Cool. All right. Now let's get to business. All right. So what I want to talk about is like some of the things that we're looking at here, right? That's good. So we're in here. Otter should be recording. And so that's good. I see the notification here. So we Gucci. So what I have here is I got kind of a two station setup. And so I'm going to switch this over to my other camera here real quick. You should be able to see it. It should be my. Let me see. This one is called Chatting Close. Let me see. Tell me if the camera switch.
Mm-hmm.
See my whiteboard? All right. So I'm going to go over here to my whiteboard.
Yeah.
Whiteboard with your boy. All right. Peep game check rock. All right. So, wrong direction. Okay. So I'm going to be primarily working in here. And so it should be right side. Yes. Okay. So when we're talking about sub 2, here's the deal, right? The goal is that, so we have you. We have the seller, right? We've got you, right? And then, well, let's start with this, right? So when we're talking about sub 2, we're talking about taking over. We're talking about sub 2, SUB, and then, well, we'll call it subject 2, right? When we're talking about sub 2, we're talking about subject. We're talking about taking things over subject to the current loan, right? Like based on the current loan. And so what that means is that the seller has a loan, right? And so here's the idea. I'm going to use a multifamily property, right? So we're going to use some made up numbers here for the illustration. Cool? Good with you?
Gotcha.
All right, bet. So the seller has a property. Let's call it, we were talking about the one the other day, right? Let's say that right now the property is worth, well, let's say he has a loan, right? Here's the things I need to know. What we're going to talk about. He has a loan, right? Let's call it, the loan is 2 mil, right? It's ARV. You familiar with ARV?
Mm-hmm.
So after repair value, let's call it 6 mil. It could be worth 6 mil after repairs and all this other stuff based on how much it generates. But right now, he has a loan of 2 mil, right? So that means that he has equity of how much?
You said 4?
Or exactly, because it's the
Yep.
difference between what it's worth and how much he owes, right? Or the
Yep.
current market value, technically, right? So technically, there's 4 mil of equity in here, right? So let's call this loan. Let's say it's at 4% for it's at 4%. It's probably a 40-year because it's commercial, probably. It doesn't really even matter, right? We're just talking about terms. So we're talking about this dude has a loan that's $2 million remaining with an ARV of the property at 6 mil, and he's got a 40-year loan at 4%, right? So as I understand what you're saying is that you work with a sponsor, or you are a sponsor, whatever the case is, you / a sponsor would bring you would bring $6 million. So you would raise capital for 6 mil, right?
Correct.
Or whatever the amount is, right? And so you would bring 6 mil to the table, or whatever the price is, and then you would put in an additional amount to raise the value above 6 mil. So 6 mil plus whatever your value is. That's what I'm understanding what you're doing, right? And then at a certain point in the future, you would exit, you would end up paying off this amount, or you buy it in cash, right? So here's the way that sub 2 would work. So I would talk to the seller. He's got a fucking property. He owes 2 mil at 4%. So I would say, hey, I would find a buyer. Here's my exit strategy, right? Or I mean, there's a lot of ways I would do it, right? Right. So this is let's call it a 12 unit. 12 unit. Is it a 12 unit apartment complex? Loan balance is 2 mil. ARV about 6 mil when it's all done and good. And then it's 40 years at 4%. So I would say, hey, who wants to buy this? Who wants to buy here's another question. What's the payment? So let's say that it makes net operating income and net operating expenses, right? NOI, NOE. Let's say that it costs about let's call it $5,000 a month to run it. And it makes him, at the end of it all, let's say it makes him $10K a month, right? You follow me? So it costs him $5,000 every month, and then it makes him $10,000 altogether. So every expense that he has costs $5,000, but on top of that, he's making $10,000 on that with all the rents. Hello, baby. Yes, you may have a hug. Oh yeah, you got sticky hands. I love you though. Right? So the income every month in this particular case is 5K. It makes 5K every month. The NOE doesn't even matter to me, honestly. It's important to me in the grand scheme, but as long as it's captured and covered by the NOI in a good ratio, we'll talk about that, right? So this thing makes him 10K a month, but he's doing management. Maybe he's got like an employee or something like that that's like doing the work, right? You follow me so far?
Yep.
So the idea here is that you could do a number of things. There's really a couple of different structures, but the main ones ideally are an A to B contract, seller to you. And in theory, you could be the end buyer here and it could stop. Or you could do a B to C contract, you to the buyer. And the idea here is that you would be playing middleman to the buyer, and you would get a piece of the pie, right? So before you were talking about a 5% of the price, right? But we'll get after that in a second. So here's how sub 2 works. He has a loan of 2 million. It's 40 years at 4%. So what I'm going to say is, hey, check it out. You want to sell his property? How much do you think it's worth? And he's going to be like, oh, I have a loan of 2 million, so I got to sell it at least 2 million, probably. But he's probably going to be like, I think it might be worth, let's call it a current market. Let's call it a current market at 4 mil, right? Maybe it's not worth 6 mil because it needs work to be done. Maybe let's call it 3, right? So currently it's worth 3 mil. Based on the rents, based on the income and all that good stuff. So he's got a $3 million asset with a $2 million loan. So really he's got $1 million in equity right now. Now it could be 6 mil based on what we could do with the property, but right now he's got $1 million in equity. You follow me so far?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here's what we're gonna say. All right, check it out. If you were to sell this property today on market, on retail, I got my fat boy calculator. Can you see this?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, dude, that shit nasty. All right. So he's got, oh, got the lights here. Can you see it good?
Mm-hmm.
All right, bet. We'll do it back here because this probably make it even easier to see it. Okay, so my boy, he's got a $2 million property. He's gonna try to sell it at 3 mil. If he sells it at 3 mil, he's gonna give up part of that commission, right? He's gonna give up commission. He's gonna give about 8% commission with other expenses. So I multiply this by 0.92. And that means that he's gonna see proceed. He's gonna see $2,760,000, right? Now he owes $2 million on a loan, right? So he gets proceeds $760,000 net if he does it this way, and that's before taxes. They doesn't even account for his tax expenditure. You follow me so far?
Mm-hmm.
So in this regular retail sale, he's gonna get $760K. And that's traditional sale if he were to sell outright at his price that he's asking. Well, what are the odds that he's going to get the number he's asking for? Do you want to pay full price? Maybe. You guys would, in fact, as I understand your machine, right? It just depends on what the price point is. Let's presume, though, that he's going to get his price that he's asking for. Most people are going to talk him down and be like, hey, I got to do repairs. I'm an investor. I got to do all this other stuff, right? Hello, baby. I'm on a call. You can always give me a hug, chicken nugget.
What's that for?
Oh, that's so Mr. Zones Bones Jones can see me. You want to say hi? That's not his real name, but that's what I call him. You want to say hi? say, hey, Mr. Zones Bones Jones.
Hey, what's going on?
She can't hear you, but she thinks that's hilarious. All right, I love you.
Is that
You wanna
Ruby?
hear him? It is Ruby.
How did I know? Ruby's too smart. Ruby, you too smart. You too smart, Ruby. Hey.
You want to see Kim? You want to see Mr. Zones Bones Jones? Come here, bud. You're going the wrong way, Ruby. Go the other way. You want to say hi, bye?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah. Hey. She's saying nothing.
All right, you gonna get. I'm working on
She
it.
didn't say nothing. She was like, yeah.
She's like, yeah. All right, you guys gonna get. I'm working over here. Hey, no, ma'am. Well, I'm not while I'm at it. I love you. Okay, so he's gonna get his 760K if he sells it outright, right? And he's gonna pay tax on that. And so at the 760K point, he's probably gonna be. So if I do 760K, I think he's actually in the 32% bracket. I don't know what the exact math is. I don't even worry about that. It's fucking stupid, right? So here's the deal for how I would buy a sub 2. I say, look, if you sell this outright, you're gonna get 760K, but you're gonna pay hella tax on that. So if you're lucky, you might get maybe 500,000, maybe if you're fucking lucky, my boy. And then with that, the question is, what are you gonna do with it? You're gonna be like, I ain't got a plan, or I'm gonna do something stupid with it. I'm like, all right, I tell you what, how much do you actually need? What do you got a plan for? What are you actually gonna do with the money? And he'd be like, oh, I want to pay off my car, blah, blah, and it's gonna be something like maybe 50 grand, something stupid. He's gonna need some pocket change. Okay, cool, bet. I'll tell you what, how much do you actually need? You need 50 grand, 100 grand, whatever the number is, right? Let's call it 100 grand. You want 100 grand today because you need it for something, right? You want 100 grand today. So that's 100K, right? What else does he need? That's all he needs. That's all he's going to get. And it's probably going to be less than that, honestly, right? The goal is that I'm going to talk him to whatever number makes sense. But here's the reason why this sub 2 is the crazy part, right? Here's what happens. So if you bought this the traditional way, you would only really pay up to ideally the current value of 3 mil, right? But in most cases, he's not going to get that price. And I gave him the benefit of the doubt, right? In this example, he might get 2.5, 2 point something. The goal for me is I want to give him his $3 million. In most cases, he's not going to see that 3 mil. someone's going to talk him down. He's going to end up losing 250,000 off the top, right? So in this example, we gave him the 3 mil, and he only walked away with 250,000, but that was it, right? So there's a couple different ways I can structure this, but what I would say is, I'll tell you what, how much do you think it's worth? He's like, well, I think maybe it's worth 3.5. Yeah, I tell you what, I'm willing to give you your 3.5 mil. But if I give you 3.5 mil, can you give me terms, right? TERMS.
You
And the
froze,
terms,
Capers.
what's up? I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Say I can hear you, but you froze. Like the camera's
Okay,
froze.
let me hit the robot. All right, what about now? Still
Yeah.
frozen?
Hey. Nope.
Gucci?
You good.
All right, we good? All right, bet. So what I would ask is, I can offer him more. I can offer his current value if I want to. Most people are going to try to talk him down. I'm not. I'm going to give him the number he wants. I'm asking, what number do you want? And most people, he's going to say, I want 3 mil. And most traditional buyers are going to be like, I'm not going to give you 3 mil. I'll give you 2.8. They're going to try to haggle him down. I don't haggle and stuff too, because the price don't matter. I could pay him more than 3 mil. I'll tell you what, I'll give you 3.5 mil. How's that sound? And he'd be like, that's like $500,000 over asking. Like, yes, I'm willing to do that. I want this property because it cash flows after expenses. It cash flows 10 grand a month after expenses. I don't care how much it costs if the payment is set. If the expenses are covered by the asset, none of that matters to me. I don't care. And so what I would do is I would set it up on terms. I'm gonna give you the 3.5 mil, but how much do you need right now? Because if I give you the 3.5 mil, 2 mil of it is going to go away to the loan. So you got 1.5 mil, and then there's going to be taxes and other shit like that that's going to end up eating that up. So yes, you would get more than the seller, the traditional sale. That's step one. That's gain, right? You get more than traditional sale. But also, this is going to save you on tax, because what I would offer is I would give him the total number that he wants over time, right? Terms, think of it as time. I want to spread. I want to get, it's money over time. Money over time. You see that? You see my dollar sign? It's a little bit, right? So I could give him more money. But where's the money coming from, Jones? It's getting paid by the tenants. There's a positive 10 grand here that he was currently making as a manager or whatever the case is. I'm not going to give him all that money. I'm like, hey, check it out. Right now you're making 5 grand. Hold on. I think Otter left. Right now he's making 10 grand a month with a bunch of fucking problems, and he's responsible for maintenance. The goal is I'm going to get him to not be responsible for maintenance, and I would take over. Let me see. Copy invite link. Put that in there. Baba booey. How many deployed assistants? The poop. Where'd that go? Stop. Let's turn it off. Where that boy at? He out here somewhere in some note. Bro, I don't even know who that man is. Oh, here we go. Here he coming. He coming. Okay, there we go. All right, we Gucci now.
Hello.
Okay, so yeah, there he is. He's Gucci. I heard about Otter from. I will use Otter to record. My occupation is. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I can see him record. I'll make sure that you get it. You're on the invite for this event, so you should be good. Can you say something?
Yes. Say
Say
something, Stephanie.
Hello.
What's good, Steph? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, up to no good. Kicking it with your boy. I'm Paris. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay. So, in this example, we're looking at terms that's money over time, and so I can give him 3.5 mil. I can give him 3.5 mil, which is. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. She just asked me to call me back.
Okay. So yeah, I can give him 3.5 mil, especially because it's going to get paid by the tenant. It's going to pay, the property is going to pay for itself. And so the only thing I need to know is how much money does he want now? How much does he need now? Maybe, and it's all about negotiation, right? Maybe it's 100 grand. Maybe it's less. Maybe he just wants to walk away and have no tenants. Maybe he's got a bunch of problems because his place is worn down and there's a bunch of value add opportunity. Fantastic. I want to give him as little money as possible. I want to give him the absolute bare bones minimum because that's going to make the returns better for me. It just is, right? So I'm like, what do you need today? What's your problem? What problems are you having? And he's going to say, well, I got to put my kids through, I got daycare for the year and a car note. And I'm like, okay, how much is it? And he's going to tell me a number. I'm going to do some quick math. I'm like, bro, that's $12,000. I'll give you $12,000 right now. He's going to be like, that would actually solve a lot of problems for me. Like, okay.
So hold up, Capers. So when you
Go,
say,
shoot.
when you say, I'll give you, who is Al? Who is
Good
who is
question.
this?
Good question. So
That's what
when
I'm
I
ta-
say
yeah.
when I say I, what I'm really talking about. So your question is when I say I will give you, who am I talking about? When I say
Yeah.
I, who I'm really talking about is I'm talking about me as the entity, me as the deal maker. And so it's really two different ways. If it's the A to B structure, I can go get a hard money lender to bring the money to the table as long as the loan amount makes sense in these numbers, right? So the conversation is how much. So let's say that he needs $100,000, right? We can do the math on the other screen here. But how much? Question is, how much does the property make, and how much would it cost for me to borrow $100,000? And if the profit on the property is greater than all the debt of the property plus the debt that I would take on the property, it's still cash flow positive, and I would do that. So that's A to B. If it's me, I can go get a loan based on, this specific deal, right? There are investor lenders and private money lenders that will say, hey, if you've got a deal that's going to cost you 5,000, but make you positive 15,000 for a delta of plus $10,000 every month, I will give you $100,000 because it's going to cost you $1,000 every month. And so if I'm positive 10,000 every month and I have to give up $1,000 to a lender because he gave me 100,000, then I'm still positive $9,000. I don't care if the lender gets paid. I want him to get paid, so he keeps giving me money. I don't care if the seller gets paid. I want him to get paid because he's going to give me the property, right? Can I answer your question about who we or who I am?
Yeah.
And then so that's an example of A to B, where it's the buyer, the seller selling to me as the buyer, right? I could go get a loan. That's not a problem. And when we're talking about the loans, we're talking about like DSCR, like investor loans, right? I could also get a private money lender. That's a different conversation, right? But here's the fancy play. Here's where things get weird, right? Because every deal doesn't make sense for me to go get a loan. Maybe I'm too busy. Maybe I don't want to do it right now, right? Here's the finesse. You ready for this? This is where the game is on lock, right? So we're talking about A to B. And in this example, I can give him more. And what I'm going to say is, check it out. You're making 10 grand. I'm going to give you 5 grand a month. So before you was making 10 grand positive, I'm going to give you half of that. You're not going to make it all. Why? Because before you were a manager. Now you're the bank, right? The bank doesn't make all the money. They make mailbox money. They don't get all the advantage that you would get as a manager, right? If I'm managing a property, doing hard work, I get all the money. I get most of the money. I might not even give him 5K. But the thing is that before he was working for his money, or maybe he had a system that he had to manage. Now he has no management responsibilities. He would be selling me the property. He would be selling us the property. And we are the managers, or we're the supervisors, and we put somebody in place to manage it. That makes sense so far?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to give him the 3.5 mil over time. I'm going to give him whatever number he needs right now. Let's call it 100,000. He needs 100,000 right now. Okay, cool. And then I'm going to give him potentially a piece of money per month. Maybe it's 5 grand, right? Now let's compare here. In option A, the traditional route, you had to show up with a loan balance of 3 mil or 2 million in cash that you had to raise. In option B here, I showed up with $100,000 and it's not even my money. And in either of these cases, technically it's your money. But the difference there is that I am showing up to this deal with much less. And on top of that, my cash outlay in this structure is so much less than in the traditional rate. And so the returns are just astronomical, right? So there's 3 points here. Number one, I can pay more than anybody else because the goal here is to get the seller more over time. So in this example, in the first example, he was going to make 760K. In this example, it's really, really interesting before we even get to like tax and whatnot, because the payments over time that he's going to get, hey Siri, well, I don't even have to do math. 5 times 10 is 50,000. Another 2 months is 60,000. So he's going to get paid $60,000 per year on this property with no work. And then I'm going to pay that out over time. Now, there's a conversation to be had where we could do like a balloon payment where, who's Christine? What the heck? Bro, I ain't fucking for this. Excuse me. Might be. Some Instagram BS, right? And so, this is $5,000 a month is 60 grand a year. And so looking at this deal all together, the first year, in the first example, you put up 3 mil, the purchase price, plus the rehab or whatever amount rehab you put in, right? So 3 mil plus, let's call it 250,000. So 3.25 mil, right? Whereas in this one, let's call the rehab the same. $250,000 rehab plus the 60 grand that I'm going to put up in proceeds the whole year, plus the 100 grand. I'm only in this deal for like 370 something thousand dollars. It's not even the same league of ROI. It's completely different. And so the conversation here is that there are some deals, there's a lot of deals that you could close in your traditional structure. Absolutely. It's probably what you're going to do a lot of. But there will be some where the seller wants too much money, or they don't have enough equity, or there's something up with the deal, or maybe you just don't want to spend your own money. And the conversation is getting creative to say, look, what do you need? I can get you more money in your pocket over time. I can lower your tax burden. Maybe they got other stuff going on. They want to pay less in taxes. This is a way to do it, right? We can talk about that in depth another time. So I'm going to give them a higher price. I can do that. I won't have, if I don't have to, I won't. If I don't have to sell them on it, I won't. I'm going to give them his 3 mil because most people are going to try to be lower than that 3 mil, right? They're just going to want to do that. And I know in this case, the ARV is 6 mil, right? So it's a pretty good spread there. But like, what if the current value was 4 mil, right? If the current value was like 4 mil, now we're talking about like a smaller spread between how much it could be and how much it currently is, right? It might work for some people. I mean, what's 4 out of 6? I'm bad at math. 4 divided by 6, 66%. So that's actually still not bad, right? What if it was, maybe it's not 4 mil. What if it was 5 mil? If the current value was 5 mil and the ARV was 6 mil, right? Now we're talking about an even smaller spread where we're talking about it's at 83% of its value. Most wholesalers or fix and flippers, they're not going to touch that deal because it's not in the threshold that they're looking for, right? The underwriters are gonna be like, no, it's not a deal. It's at 80 something percent. But I can come into a 5 mil deal. If he wants $5 million, hey, bet he can give you 5 mil because he's gonna tell you that most people are offering him half of ARV. Hey, I'll give you 3 mil cash today. It's like, I don't want 3 mil cash today. I want 5 mil because it's worth 5 mil. I can give him his 5 mil. He's not going to get it all in one go, but it doesn't matter because in his head, he is focused on that $5 million. And so I'm trying to take that loan over subject to the terms. It's a $2 million loan that he has remaining for 40 years at 4%. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give him, in this example, I'm going to give him his 5 mil that nobody else offered him, which is going to be millions over what anybody else is offering him. He wants cash down. Okay, cool. How much does he need? I'm going to talk to him about it. Maybe it's less, maybe it's more, but the general rule is I want to try to get it's called an entry fee, right? We'll talk about what the entry fee is. The entry fee, I want to keep it at less than or equal to 10%. If I can keep it at 10% or less, I am telling you, there are hundreds of buyers in my network right now that will buy any deal, pretty much any deal. If it cash flows, if the entry fee is 10% or less, most will buy, just period. It's crazy. Most are buying cash flow. Some don't care if it cash flows, if it has depreciation or it's good appreciation. There's a bunch of different reasons why people buy these deals. But the idea is if it's a $5 million property
or the rate of return.
Well, so the cash, so it's a good conversation. In most cases, I can have both of those be magical because I came in for less. So I will have a higher rate of return. We can do the math. We can actually pull the calculator. I will have a higher rate of return and I will cash flow more every single month because, well, so the real question is how much when the cash that is invested, because we could do the math, right? If you have to give back, if you got an investor to give you $3 million and you give him a 20% return, right? So, well, let's use this example. So in this example, let's say it was $5 million, right? $5 million. This is the traditional route. $5 million, and you got to give him 1.2% back. So you got to give him 6 mil back. So you got to give him a whole $1 million back. And so you said that it's how many you usually look for how many years?
3 to 5. That's the whole
3
time.
to 5. 3 to 5. So 3 to 5 years. So let's go on the high side. Let's say we held it for even longer. So if I do $1 million divided by 12 months, it's $83,000 a month, right? Is that right? No. I did that wrong. No, that's wrong.
$83,000, but shit, he way over fucking.
No, that was wrong. It's 12 times. We did. You said 3 to 5.
Well, what I'm saying, if you was to do the math for those years, and it's like shit.
Yeah. So it'll be 1 million divided by 60. So 1 mil divided by 60. So it turns out to be $16,666 a month, right? And that's not looking at getting back the money that I gave him, right? Which in theory, in practice, it would be equity that I would get out. But if I bought the deal at 5 mil, in theory, right? And obviously, like it would be based on your underwriting. I'm imagining that you guys would try to buy at like, is there a specific threshold you guys are looking at, like 70%, 80%? What's your numbers look like?
As far as what?
So if you were looking at a deal and you were analyzing a deal, excuse me, I'm starving. When your underwriters look at the price compared to the value, the ARV, what threshold are they looking for? Because when I was doing comping for traditional, a lot of guys were like, "Oh,
let me get my book real quick."
Okay, all right. I'm gonna close my blinds too, because motherfuckers in here looking at your boy.
All right, I got my underwriting because he did a case study here. I don't think I did it right, but here we go. All right.
Oh, shit on my toe.
All right. What was the question again? What was the percentage of?
So my question is, when it comes to underwriting, what percentage of ARV is your team trying to capture these properties at? So if the property is, let's call it $1 million. If the property is worth, after it's been repaired and there's value added and you force equity into it, it's worth $1 million ARV. Where are you buying it? Like in the range, are you guys looking at 70% and less? Are you looking at 50% and less? 30%?
If I'm looking at this correct, maybe this is just an example.
So I think that what you're looking at.
We did a case study, and I think that.
Read it to me, because I think that what you're looking at is you're looking at a 30% delta. You're looking at 30% discount, so you're buying at 70%.
Oh, there it is. So make sure this is right. I'm gonna read this. So after meddling with the baby 5-unit deal, you are now ready to think bigger. It's the height of your the coronavirus pandemic, obviously. It's just a scenario.
Love that.
A lot of people are sitting on the sidelines, but your damn honey badger who doesn't have time to wait on the sideline. You identify your spot in Columbia, South Carolina as your market of choice, where the average price per unit is $86,523. And you begin to build relationships with the brokers and virtual happy hours. Through your highly skeptical of the approach, it works, and the broker brings you the 138 unit deal where the seller would need you to assume the loan. This would be your first time assuming a loan. The interest rate on a new debt would be substantially lower, which caused there to be a concern. You will be purchasing the property for $7,500,000.
Okay, let's use your actual numbers. This is good. This is a good case study. I fuck with this. All right, I'm gonna erase this because we got a little bit fucking hypothetical. All right. So you said the loan is 7 million.
No, the loan
You would have to assume
the purchase property is
purchase price.
7 million.
It's
That's
7
the purchase.
million. How much
Yeah,
is the loan?
7,500,000.
7.5 mil.
Yeah. And then the debt service you will be assuming is 226,805.
The debt service.
The debt service.
Okay, so that's your payment. So how much is it?
226,000.
226,000. Any like round up? Is that a 805? Right. I don't need it doesn't need to be perfect, but that's good.
Yeah. But I'm just.
How much is remaining on the loan? The interest rate is what?
4.32%.
4.32. At the loan he has right now is some amount that he's paying. It's some amount at 4.32, right? So it's something at 4.32%.
Mm-hmm.
He's paying 226,000 a month. How much is his pay? How much is his loan? I mean, I could reverse engineer this. I have a calculator
the
for
loan. Let me see, what the hell is the loan at?
I could solve for
mortgage amount, down payment.
Yeah, mortgage amount. What's the mortgage amount?
5,250,000.
5,250,000. Even?
Yep.
Okay. So 5.25 mil. So purchase price is 7.5 mil. The loan that he currently had, you're looking at an assumption, which is slightly similar to sub 2, but it's not quite the same thing. The loan in this case is 5.25 mil at 4.32%. He is paying 226,805 a month. How many units is this? 100?
138.
138 unit. And he's talking about an assumption, right? So here's the idea with sub 2, right? The conversation is, I don't want to assume shit. I don't want to assume any loans. Because why? Because if I assume this loan, I gotta get requalified with that fucking lender. And the lender is going to reevaluate all of our systems and structures and check our credit and all this other bullshit. And then the rates will more than likely be current market rates. If he's held this property for 20, 30 years, that 4 point whatever percent is better than anything else we're going to get. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to replace his loan. I want to take it over. That's my approach. And this is where, like, this is a conversation for, like, back up. Literally, Pace is doing this shit, like, every fucking week. Like, literally, not even a conversation, not a question of if people would do this. There are people selling whole condos, whole apartment complexes. He's buying mobile home parks, like 100 CAD parks that are just cash flowing out the wazoo, right? Okay, so in this case, price 7.5, blah, blah. Okay, so this is good. This tells me what I need. It doesn't say how many years are left on the loan. It doesn't really matter. And so, okay, so this is what we're looking at. So in this purchase price, you're talking about 7.5 mil, right? So here's the conversation. What's the ARV? What could it become? You're buying it at 7.5. He has 2.5.
So times 10. So times 10 the NOI.
Okay, what's the NOI?
The NOI is 509,330.
509,333.
334. 334
times 10. So the NOI is 509,334. Okay, and then the ARV, which makes sense, right? That's how they calculate commercial. So the ARV is, which is kind of odd, right? Because based on your NOI of 509, blah blah blah, the purchase price, the ARV is 5,093,000. It's almost 5 point, it's only 5.1 mil. And so you're buying this for more. These numbers don't make sense to me.
Maybe I think I did the math wrong because, like I said, it was a case study, so I kind of.
That's good. So here's what
I didn't even account for my fucking like I didn't even count for my 5%. So I knew I fucked it up, like the closing costs. You know what I'm saying?
That's not even that big of a deal.
Yeah.
We don't have to get like we're so it's okay because we're in the conceptualizing phase, right? Now, I'm trying to marry the two ideas. And so the thing that doesn't make sense for me here is that so you're using a factor of 10 for the NOI to determine what the ARV is because it's based on the income flow of the property.
Absolutely. Well, and when we do force appreciation,
say it again?
When we do force appreciation of obviously bringing in whatever the case may be, printing it up, and then based off of that, raising whatever the rent is by a certain percentage.
Right.
But we're not doing that until because all that is factored into the underwriting. Like with
that part makes sense. And so the part that I'm trying to suss out right now is that if the ARV is 5.1 mil, then why would you purchase it at 7.5? Right. I think that your ARV is 7.5, maybe something like that. And your purchase price is it's got to be, well, it says you're assuming.
But that's what I'm saying. So I think the NOI is fucked up.
Maybe. Is it in the case study?
That's why.
Huh? We can ballpark it. It doesn't have to be perfect. So here's the thing. So let's do some ballpark numbers. It's the concept that I want to get after, right? So yeah, if the NOI is fucked up, that would make sense. Because right now, if you're using a factor of 10, which is fine, right? I don't fully, you're gonna know more about the industry than I do in this context, because I'm familiar with the fact that you would multiply the NOI by a multiplier, right? The gross rent multiplier, whatever the fuck it is in the given area. This is a 10. I think it's the cap rate or some shit like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out together, right? But let's say instead of a 5.0509, let's call it a 6. Let's call it even 600K, right? And so if we're doing that, then the purchase price, because it would be the purchase price, right? I think that the ARV is 7.5 mil when it's all done in rehab, and the purchase price is 10 times the NOI in this example, right? And so that means that the purchase price would be 6 mil and the ARV after forced appreciation would be 7.5. And now we're starting to get into a more functional conversation that makes sense because your purchase price would be over the loan amount. Excuse me. The purchase price would be over the loan amount, right? The purchase price would be over the loan amount, which makes sense. The ARV is higher than the purchase price, which makes sense. Because you're going to put work into it. And that delta of 1.7 mil, 1.5 mil is what you're looking at. And so the conversation here, though, and, just kind of fucking poking holes in this isn't a you thing. I'm trying to get some functional numbers. If we were looking at 6 mil and we're looking at let's call it a 20% return, what's the most conservative return? What's the lowest ROI you're trying to get?
The lowest ROI, rate of return?
Yep. Or RR. You guys use different terms and it's all good. You said up to 20. What's the low side?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I was paying attention, was 13, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so 6 million times 1.13. So in this case, 13% ROI would be 6.78.
Then that's cutting it.
Yeah, no, I understand. Hey, I'm being super conservative for the range, right? So on the low side, you would have to give him 6.78 mil, right? So on the low side, you're talking about 6.78 mil back. And then on the high side for 20%, 6 million times 1.2 is 7 6.2 mil, right? So the goal in this example, and this makes better sense, right? Is to get this dude somewhere between 6.78 mil and 7.2 mil. And so you're looking at making him a delta of 720 mil to 1.2 mil, 720 to 1.2 mil, right? That's what he's looking at. He's looking, 780K to 1.2 mil return, right? So this kind of makes sense. And so there's still a delta in here of it's about $300,000 based on the ARV. The numbers aren't perfect, but that's okay, right? So here's the idea. The net operating income, if it's 600,000 and he pays 226,805 every month, right? So 600 minus was net. So what he actually brings in on this property is 600,000. Rough numbers, right? Because it's not perfect. This NOI is after all the other expenses and shit are taken out, and that includes the cost of the debt, right? The debt service. So he's actually making 80. That calculator is all fucked. 600 plus 226,805. Damn, what are you doing? 226,805, bro. 226,805 plus 600. So the income, the operating income, gross operating income is 825,000. But after expenses and all this other shit considered, it's about 600,000. So it's good. All right. So if you were to buy this property outright, you're telling me that you would raise $6 million cash.
Correct.
Right. And you would exit this with, at the minimum, 6.78, but on the high side, 7.2, right?
Correct.
Can you pull up an ROI calculator? Here, let me.
Come on my side.
Yeah, I can pull it up on my side. Let me switch my screen here for a second.
Wait a minute, hold up.
No, you good. Don't stress out about it. Give me a minute. I just didn't want to didn't want to mess with the
return of investment. Once again, the numbers might be wrong.
No, it's good. This isn't, so this may not be perfect, but it's going to illustrate the example, because what I want to do is I want to use
calculator.net.
Yeah, calculator.net should be good. Let me see. Calculator.net. That's my boy.
So amount invested is what?
The amount invested is, we're going to call this 6 mil. Oh, actually, no, because you got to put in, what does it say how much you're looking to invest in the property to get it up to that 7.5 mil?
And that's where the underwriting comes in at, and that's all that other shit. So that's what we got to do, our due diligence. And due diligence is, like, we talked about due diligence like fucking forever. Well, we have to go in, we have to get the rent roll up, right? We have to screen all the tenants. Yep.
You good? You check them all.
We have to do all that. We have to make sure occupancy. We have to make sure, just because it's 100% or whatever, we have to make sure at least 93 and up percent is being, all tenants are being paid. Yep.
Okay.
So all of that has to be brought forward. And
what's the plan for
because if this don't,
No, go ahead.
Because if that doesn't match, this all pans out to if this is going to be a good deal or not.
Yeah, that makes sense. If you're not looking at least 93% occupancy.
Yep.
Good occupancy.
Well,
the rent rolls don't match. Whatever the number is, it doesn't have to be 96, but it makes sense that you want a high occupancy rate, you want a high rate of retention, you want quality tenants that you can keep, that will add value to the property. And as you add value, you can raise the rent because you're having a better property. That would make sense.
So that is a critical point there.
Right. So I think that like the 95-ish% occupancy rate, that makes sense, right? Like we don't even have to get into that. That's good stuff. Like, you're getting into some good technical knowledge, and I love that. I'm really excited to learn more from you in that space, because that all makes sense to me. It's also Greek, right? I get it. I've never done those numbers because I don't need to, right? I'm dealing in single family right now, but once we get into the multifamily gang, like, it's good, right? Okay, so I think that this is really interesting, because in this example, let me switch my screen over here to my bad boy, this bad Larry right here. Where that boy at? Where that boy at? Comp cam. Green 2 plus comp cam. Hit it over there. Okay, so so in this example, if you I'm gonna call it simple. I'm gonna call it a $200,000 rehab, right? And so that means that if we put in 6 mil, what happened? Oh, okay, we could. Can you still see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So if we put in 6 mil and we put in another $200,000 to rehab. Oh no, wait a minute. No, never mind. I'm tripping. So if we put in 6.2 mil and we get a return of on the high side. Well, that's the thing, right? Because the 6.2 is actually part of the math. So the 20% that we need to bring to the table, 6.2, 6,200,000 times 1.2 equals. So you need to bring 7.44. So 744,000. At least that's 20. That's 20%. That's the high side, right? Which it just depends.
I think it's higher, but yeah, we can do 20.
Yeah.
If
it's we're using 20 in this example. We're playing with it, right? And it may be higher, in fact, right? Obviously, these numbers are rough. And so, is this 30 years? I'm bad at math. 3 to 5. You said 3 to 5 years.
Let's do 4 years because we'll fucking stud.
4, 5, 6, 7. So that's right. So April to April, approximately 4 years. Calculate. So in this example, this is exactly that. So the ROI here is 20%, and it's 4.65% per year. So the overall ROI over that whole time is 20, and it's approximately 4% each year. And so he gets back 1.24 mil in gain once you exit that position. Right? Now, here's the idea here. Let's say that the amount that we're going to give him back may remain the same, right? But what if instead of coming in with 6.2 mil, I came in with the let's call it, so it's a 6 mil deal. So my 10% is up to, hold on, I gotta turn my headphones down. This is echoing for me. You hear me still?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So 10% of my entry fee on a 6.2 mil deal is 620,000. And so what's really cool about this is that any money that I don't allocate in this deal is mine to keep. It's yours to keep. So snapshot. Back it up here. Where that boy at? Screen for your boy. All right. So it's a $6.2 million deal, right? If we are accounting for call it 2% closing costs. What's the closing cost? 124,000, right? So 620,000 minus 124,000. There's 496,000 still in the deal in entry fee, right? You're gonna use an agent, right? Probably.
Mm-hmm.
I can't hear you.
Say it one more time.
Where'd you go? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Hold on, let me turn my volume back.
Gamers!
Okay, that's yelling. I can hear you now. I went too low. Okay.
Why did you look off to the side?
Well, because I heard you over there. Because my audio, so I have my computer in front of me right here. I have my camera up there, and then I have my other screen over here. So I could hear you up there because it has audio on my phone. I was like, what the fuck?
Somebody's insecure.
What? I just couldn't hear you.
You have all these cameras and phones and.
Bro, I'm a fucking content creator. So what we're looking at here is so there's $496,000 possible left in the deal after accounting for closing costs. I don't even use an agent for this deal because the paperwork is done by the attorneys. Now that's a different conversation. I don't want to get into the weeds of that. It's super simple because the paperwork is just legal paperwork, right? It's the same shit that I make sure that the closing attorneys do as an agent. It's the same paperwork. little bit different, but the same people, right? So in this example, I took out the closing costs. So there's $496,000 left in the deal, right? Let's say that I have to account for, let's call it, we use $200,000 for repairs, right? So I'm going to account for that here. And then let's say that the fucking let's say that the guy, he needs 100 grand today, or he needs 100 grand to walk away just to move on. That's $196,000 that is just yours. And so now when we're looking at the amount invested here, we're talking about, instead of 6 million, we're talking about 620,000. Part of that is for you, part of that is closing costs, all this other shit. Same time frame. Do you see the difference? The reason is though, right? Out of this 6.8, here's the thing, right? Out of this 6.8 mil gain that we got, he ain't getting all of that. He only gets 6.2. He only gets 1.2 mil, right? Oh, I didn't put that up. So there's a $5.6 million delta. And the loan in this example was 5.25, right? So there's a $370,000 delta here. And you got paid twice. Because you would have gotten paid on your structure. You would have got paid 5% of the purchase price. And then in this one, you also get the remainder of the difference between the value of the property when you exit and how much you owe the actual investor. And in reality, if he only, it's actually even, I fucked it up. Here's the crazy part. You wouldn't even have to give him, here's, I'm about to fuck you up. You ready? Because he didn't give you 6 million. He gave you 620,000. So you would only have to give him 744,000. So when you sell this property for 7.5 mil, and you only have to give 744,000, which is a 20% return. There's a $6.7 million delta. Let's do. Well, let me do it this way. I'm gonna do it backwards. After closing costs, gonna be 6.9 mil. I'm gonna pay him his 744,000. I'm gonna pay off the loan 5.200. So okay. This is a 9. Now, there's two different things that we're talking about. This number, this 906,000, is net proceeds. To who?
Net proceeds.
This is the money that's left after everybody else is paid. This is your money.
It's almost a million. What is that? I can't see because your camera's in the way.
No, my bad.
No, he's all good. I think was that like 906? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's 906,000, right? Because here's the question. When you do it the traditional route with the structure you're using, you get 5% of what? The purchase price, right?
Yes.
You exit or you enter?
Close.
Okay, so when you close
a deal,
you get 5% of the purchase price. So in this case, the $6 million purchase price, you get $300,000.
That's 5%. Yeah.
0.05 is 5%. Do you get 5% when it's sold?
When the deal is closed.
When the deal is closed, like purchased.
Yes.
Okay, so up front, if you close this deal for $6 million, you get 5% of that, and that's $300,000. When it's sold, do you get any money?
That's what I have to look into. I think we do because no, actually we actually get the passive income as well. I forgot to tell you that.
What percentage of the passive income do you get?
Ugh, fuck. Ooh-wee. Hold on. We talked about it.
Because what I'm getting at, it's a good question. The reason I'm asking is because I want to capture in the same
Everything.
example with the same numbers, how much would be your take-home pay?
Exactly. How much can we get?
How much can you?
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right, I think I found something. Okay. The cash flow. There we go.
Cash flow.
3 ways to get paid: cash flow, equity gain, acquisition fee.
Cash flow, equity gain, acquisition fee.
There we go.
Yes,
That's the
yeah,
3
that makes
ways.
sense. So
So obviously
acquisition fee,
it's the
cash flow,
5%.
and equity gain.
So an example of the cash flow would be price 6 million, cash flow. It says 1 million. I'm not quite understanding that. 2,000. So it says cash flow. So it says 100 unit deal. Let's just say, for example, cash flow breakdown, 100 unit deal. Let's say 6 million cash flow for 1 million. I want to say for a year. It doesn't really state the rate, but it's $2,000 a month off of the passive income from every time a tenant pays or whatever. Or something like that.
Okay. Say that one more time. I need to observe it. Say it one more time.
All right. So the cash flow breakdown.
Cash flow breakdown.
So it says 100 unit deal, like an example.
Yep.
It says price 6 million.
The price is 6 mil.
Then it has cash flow / 1 million. And then beside that, it has
per $1 million.
Yeah. Something like that's how it's written.
Okay.
Then it says 2,000 / month.
So every $1 million of the purchase price. No, wait.
That's how it's written.
Okay. So as I'm understanding that, it says every $1 million of cash flow, you get $2,000.
That's how it's written. That's why I'm not quite understanding it too. So it just says price 6 million, cash flow / 1 million. Next to that is 2,000 / month.
Okay. So if we're following that,
then on the bottom of that, it says 36,000 per year.
36,000 per year. So let me see, 36,000 per year divided by 12. That's $3,000 a month. All right, I'm doing some math here. So if it's 3,000, so it said $1,000 per $1 million.
No, it just says cash flow. Cash flow. I don't know if that's divided by 1 million, but then it says $2,000 / month. And in a big black box with a big $sign, it says 36,000 per year. We talked about this page, but now I don't really know how he explained it, how he broke it down. Because it says 100 unit deal cash flow breakdown. Trying to see.
Right. So now let me make sure that I understand what we were talking about before, though, because we said the net operating income. We said the net operating income is 600,000 approximately.
Mm-hmm.
And then with the debt pay down with the debt service, it's almost 800,000. And so this kind of makes sense, right? The cash flow on this deal would be like 800,000. And so in this example, if I were to follow that line, if we said it was 800,000 divided by 1 million, that's 80% times times 1,000. It's $1,000 per million, right? 1,000 over slash 1 million, 2,000 slash 1 million.
It's
so you'd make
2,000
600.
slash per month. A month.
That doesn't make sense. Hold on.
It says cash flow slash 1 million.
Cash flow slash per million. As I'm understanding that, when you say slash million,
That's what I'm thinking
understanding
too. Per million.
Yeah.
That's what it says. That's all it
so
says in the
cash
book.
flow per million is equal to 2,000
Per month.
per month. And so if
So
that
what's
means
that?
that, so cash flow
Is-
slash a million is equal to 2,000. So 2,000. So 2,000 divided by 2,000 times 1 million. That don't make any goddamn sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm confused.
I mean too. So that's all it gives me.
Right. So what I was trying to do, I'm gonna have to write this down because my math, I can't see the mental math. So it's cash flow is equal to cash flow
No.
divided by 1
Yeah.
mil
There you go.
equal to 2,000. Right. And
Yeah.
so if I'm doing math,
Per month slash month.
yeah, but that doesn't change anything. It's 2,000, right?
Yeah.
And so if I'm doing the math, that means that if there's 2,000 a month and I multiply it by 1 million, that means that the cash flow in this example is equal to 2 million. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Which is not what we were calculating here. Because, and maybe that makes sense because there's a lot of other expenses that we're not accounting for. Right
Yeah.
now. There is a whole lot. And so that might make sense. So as I understand it, every $1 million worth of cash flow, every $1 million worth of cash flow gets you $2,000 a month. And so in this example, you would make, if it's $36,000 a year, divided by 2,000, that means that it's 18 million. No, that's fucking crazy. It means that no, I see what it's doing.
I get you.
It's $36 million this year in cash flow. Now, the question that I really have is how do you guys define cash flow, which isn't really super crazy, right? Because if you're defining cash flow as not net operating income, that's cool. That makes sense, right? Because net operating income is after everything is all your expenses are paid. And so some people say cash flow is like net cash flow at the end. Some people say cash flow is how much revenue, how much money is flowing in. It's very important that you understand which of those definitions you guys are using. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm. I understand. And that's why it's like, I'm still like trying to learn all of this stuff too as well.
Don't even trip. This is all good.
So it's like,
I think this is really good.
But it just says 3 ways we get paid. So there is 3 ways.
That makes sense. And so you would get paid all 3 of those ways. You would get the 36 grand a year. And so that means that you get paid, assuming that you're probably going to raise rent every year. We're not even going to account for that delta here. I mean, we could, right? But assuming that the first year you get 36,000 and then the second, well, let's see, 36,000 times, we said 4 years. So you're going to make at least $144,000 in this window, right? So you make $144,000 plus it was a 6 million purchase price times 0.05, right? Which is 300,000. So 300,000 is 0.5%. The cash flow you got on the deal was 144,000. So now we're at 444,000 that you would make over this deal over this 4 years, right? And then what was the last one? The appreciation. So what does it say about the appreciation?
So equity projection, right?
Yeah, equity. That's the one. Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
So basically appreciation is 40% over 3 years. So 3-year hold at 13.3% a year for 3 years.
13.3%. 13%.
So
God, dog.
13.3.
13.3%.
It's just an example.
Yeah, it's good. We're gonna
For
use
a
the numbers
100
from the
unit deal,
example.
yeah.
So 13, this is good. So 13.3% appreciation APY.
So basically the 6 million times 1.4, the new value, which would be 8,400,000.
So the ARV at the exit of this is what? 8,400,000.
Mm-hmm.
So this is making a lot more sense. Yeah.
So you profit 2,400,000.
Now hold on. When you say
And then the
you
carve
profit,
out is at 25%.
now hold on. Ooh, good conversation. So when you say you profit, let me go back to my screen here. Swappity swap. 2 points. That's good information. Hit a little switchy switch. Let me go back over to the other Cambo.
Because I believe that 1.4 is the now I'm starting to see it. Okay. Hold on.
This is good.
I saw that 1.4. It's part of the three big. It's the cap rate, it's the cash on cash, and it is the debt service. So it's the NOI over debt service, which is 1.4.
The NOI over your
Yeah,
debt
or the
service. How
debt
much
coverage.
you make over? Say that again.
The debt coverage.
The debt coverage ratio, your DSCR, your debt service coverage ratio is 1.4.
Exactly.
That's pretty good. Okay. But that's important only in a very specific way, but I'd say that is important. Get up there, you motherfucker. Okay, stand by. Can you still see me?
I can see the screen.
Oh, you can see
I don't
the
know if
screen?
you might be frozen.
No, I'm not frozen. I have my other screen up there.
I saw Otter over here taking notes, man. He's pretty fucking fast.
Yeah, you can see him, right? You can see his notes in there.
I saw some that is gone now.
Yeah. I had it on the other screen because he's looking on the other screen. He should send the notes to you automatically after, and so I have to stop him every 30 minutes, but he should be sending you the notes. Okay. We had no. Bing. Okay. All right. So, damn, that's just hella close. Back the fuck up. That shit a little too close, my boy. That shit a little too close. I don't like that. I don't bang with that. Maybe it was good close. I'm just gonna get the fuck out the way. All right. Hello, my darling.
Hey.
Hey, you got the curlers in? What's poppin'? I would love a yogurt parfait right now and 2 kisses. You know I'd be like this? Yeah, I'm out of the camera. Come here. I got a little bit of lotion right there. Let me get that. Okay. All right, bet. So, okay, so you said that the ARV was 8.4 mil, right? And so in this example, we talked about your what is it, commission? What's the first one? And then there's cash flow.
No, cap rate, fool.
No.
You know what cap rate is.
The 3 ways you get paid.
3 ways. Yeah, cash flow, equity gain, and acquisition.
There we go. Acquisition. I couldn't remember the word.
He said commission. I mean, it's the same in the sense.
But you can't get a commission because you can't technically get a commission. Acquisition is 300K.
I think I know what it was. It's those 2 fucking kisses she
gave me those 2 kisses. I got dizzy. I was like, oh shit. Can't remember shit. She can't even hear you. She just hears me talking shit and saying what she said.
I think it's the first time I see you just break down like hello hard.
I love her ass. She be making me dizzy. I be like, ooh, damn, girl, you cute. You gotta see what the roll is on. She out here looking like goddamn fucking cinnamon roll. Looking good.
Stupid.
I'm looking delish. All right, acquisition, cash flow, and then the equity gain. And in this case, we talked about we went from 6 mil to 8.4 mil.
No, 8.4, yeah.
So that's a 1.4 mil.
8.4, yeah.
But so
that's the new value.
In this example, the equity gain that you got, you have to pay him his delta out of the equity. So you don't get that full amount. It would be 1.4 mil minus on the, and then we're still looking at 20%, right? So on the high side, you would look at 1.2. And so, yes, you would get 200K here. And so in this example, you would walk away with 300,000 for acquisition. That's 5%. Over 4 years, you would cash flow 144 grand, right? Because it's 35K a year.
And that's split by month.
Yeah. What?
It's split by month.
What split by month?
That 144.
That 144 is the total of 35K a year times 4.
Yeah, there you go.
Cool.
And the 35K split by month then.
Yeah, the 35K is $2 grand per month.
Yeah.
Based on $2,000 for every $1 million of cash flow.
Correct.
We're assuming a gross, just to write it down so I have it, gross income of about 2 mil. Just as a snapshot, right? We're looking at about gross income is 2 mil a month, which is a lot. That's a lot. That's a fucking lot, bro.
No shit, Kate. We ain't dealing with no fucking peons out here. We're dealing with doors,
Alexa,
my guy.
Hey Siri, what's 5,000 times 100?
500,000.
Okay, so how are we hitting $2 million a month is my question. I'm fucking confused, my boy.
I think we fucked up in the beginning because we added an example with an example. I think where we went wrong was the NOI, first and foremost. Well, the NOI plus, I think, the ARV.
And we didn't add those together, though. Those didn't get added together. That's not what we did. Your debt service is 2.226K.
Right. That's what I'm saying, Caper. That's what I'm saying. So those numbers we use from a case study.
Isn't this
The
all the same
numbers
example?
for the 3 ways to get paid, it just gave us another example.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. So we fucked that
why.
up. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So that's good. Because I was like, bro, bro, you fucking.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, okay. It's good though. I think it's good.
Yeah,
So,
but it still kind of it still explains itself in a sense to like understand the terminology of how it works.
Good. So in this example, so the cash flow would not be this. Your acquisition would be 300,000, but what your cash flow would actually be is if you make $2,000 per $1 million in cash flow, if the cash flow is 800,000 approximately on this one, then you would make, well, it's 80%, right? So you would make $1,600 a month. Hello, chicken nuggets. I can hear you, you goose.
I can't wait to tell my girlfriend this shit here, boy. Oh shit, Kate was over here going haywire.
What's good? Damn, you hella tall, girl. How you get so tall? Damn, girl, you hella tall. How you get so tall? Oh, the dentist was like, she was like, how tall are you? And I was like, I'm only 5'9". And she was like looking at Ruby, like being all long and shit on the fucking, sorry, Jones, I'm telling the story real quick. So I went to the dentist today. And she was like, how tall are you? Are you really tall? I'm like, ma'am, I'm average height. Right? I'm 5'9". And she see Ruby like fucking being like a fucking like 7-foot log. And she's like, Ruby's like hella tall, dog. She like 90 something percentile, right? And so she's like looking at Ruby like long ass torso, and she's long. And so I'm like, her mom is like 5'7", 5'8" on a good day if you ask her. But our whole family
she in the
like
97 percentile.
Bro, she hella tall. And then our whole family is like 6 feet tall. And so I was like, yeah, she's gonna be hella tall. And she's like, oh yeah. And Violet, she's so dense. She all rock muscle. You so
how though? How? I don't get it.
How what?
How is Ruby in the 90 percentile?
She's just tall, dude. She get it from her mama. She hella tall. She's gonna be taller than Kenzie.
But Ken, you said she's 5'7".
How tall are you, bub? Yeah, Kenzie. Watch out. No sugar for you. I can have sugar. I'm a grown up. I do what I want. When you make the money, you can eat the sugar. Yeah, I'm talking to Zones Bones Jones. Say bye, Mr. Zones Bones Jones. They were upstairs saying Zones Bones Jones. Zones Bones Jones.
You stupid. I'm tired of you, man.
Oh man.
I can't take you nowhere, Gabriel.
Take me nowhere. All right. So your annual cash flow, your monthly cash flow on this deal, based on these numbers, with $800,000 gross income, not 2.2 mil. That shit's fucking off. Your gross is like, it's probably like 800,000, something like that. It's probably more than that because there's a bunch of shit we're not accounting for. So I would feel comfortable saying that it's like 1,600 to 1,000, right? Which makes sense. So that's 19,200 a year, which is 19,200 times 4 would make you 76. So 19.2K, which would make you 76.8K, right? And then the equity, the delta here, and so we're gonna go back to our fucking, what was it, 7.5? Not 8.5, it was 7.5, I think. Oh, 7.2, I think. I'm gonna say 7.5. I can't remember what the fuck it was. We're gonna go back and ask Otter, right? So if we're going to look at the equity here,
because you said because it was like it was at 6 mil, and then you was like, what was the value?
I think it's 0.2. I think it's 7.2. I think it's 7.2. I'm gonna do 7.2. We'll look it up. It's approximate because all these numbers are made up, bro. It's just hypotheticals, right? We're focused on concepts, not like the hard numbers here. Because I just want to make sure that we understand, like, hey, what percentage are you getting? What percentage? Blah blah blah. And so, if the equity is the ARV is 7.2, how much equity is it? What we did was we took the purchase price. So how much equity actually is there after 4 years? So we haven't even talked about the loan pay down, because the equity is going to be from the ARV, right? The number that thing used, they use 13% per year, right? For appreciation.
Say that one more time, Capers.
So in the example that you were talking about, I know it's not this example, but you were using 13%. What? Give me a number for appreciation, just so we can fuck with it.
Because it said 40% over 3 years.
40% over 3 years. That's 13.3. Okay. I mean, I'm fucking down with it. It makes sense though. It makes sense for a whole lot of reasons that I didn't even get into. So let's
you divided 40% by 3.
Right. It would actually, so that's not really how that works, but that's what we're gonna do. But we're just gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it. So we're gonna do 13.3 each year, right? Give or take. So if we bought it at 7.2 in 4 years, because we're using 4.4 years, right? So 1 point. Oh, I'm fucking doing math here. 7.2 mil times 13. Oh fuck. 7.2. God dog, come on. 7.2 mil times 1.13 times 1.13 times 1.13. God damn. That is hell expensive. That's $10 million, my boy. Times 1.13. So that's 11 mil at the exit. That's wild. Okay. So here's a question that you don't necessarily need the answer to right now. That loan pay down, that debt service, how much of that is interest and principal? Because you're taking over his loan at 5.25. So
whoa. Wait, before you go deep diving in this, remember,
made up.
This is from the case study.
You're right.
Okay?
I was about to be like, my boy, let's fuck these numbers up.
So,
okay.
If
all
anything,
that don't even matter.
It really don't.
It don't.
But
what I was trying to calculate was the delta between what it would be in 4 years, which is about 11 point 7 mil example, right? And this is assuming 13% appreciation a year, right? So at the end of this, at your exit, this would be 11.7 mil. Whatever the loan pay down is, let's assume for a second we would have paid it down a smooth a mil, right? Maybe, probably less, like 500,000, right? And so the delta here would be that number, right? Your ARV at the end of 4 years minus, let's call it 4,500,000 is your remaining balance. And so that's $7 million. And so you said that there was a carryback. What was that last number that you were telling me about?
I mentioned the carryback.
Well, you were saying
I said carve out.
Carve out. What's a carve out? You get a percentage of the equity.
25%.
That's your carve out. So you get 25% of the equity play.
I think that goes to the investor, if I'm not mistaken, but I have to double check that part.
I don't think so.
I like I said, I have to double check that.
Yeah, because so here's my thought, right? Maybe I think that would be a fantastic play because the better you do, the more money they make. That would be great. But I want that money. You know what I mean? Like I want that for me. Why would I give it to him? I told him he was gonna get 20%. He got his 20%. This is my money. You know what I mean? That's my thought. Maybe, but here's my real question, right? Because this part, how much? So right now I'm looking at 7.2 mil. I'm looking at the fucking lights. Oh fuck. So I'm looking at 7.2 mil in equity after accounting for 11.7 mil per ARV and a loan pay down of about 500 grand. So we're talking about 4.5. There's a 7 mil delta there. The loan's paid off. Then you got to pay you didn't even pay. That's the thing, right? Here's this part don't make any sense. And I know this is a case study, but here's a challenge of these numbers, right? If the purchase price was 6 mil and we assumed the loan at 5.25, we already paid the investor, but we got to pay the investor for the money that they gave us, is what you're saying. Because we paid off the loan, that's it. That makes sense. Because we paid off the loan that the seller had, but now we got to also pay off the investor. And so in this example, this is $7.2 million in equity. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, here it is. You ready? He gave you 6 mil. On the low side, we got to give him back 6.78, right? You see it right there? 6.78. On the high side, we got to give him back 7.2 if that's 20%. So if we give him 7.2, you make 39 grand on the backside. I don't know what that 25% carve out is. I think that you get 25% of that number, which is you get 25% of the remainder, which is, so you get 25% of 39 grand times 0.25, which would be 9,800. So I'm not even gonna write equity because it's equity, but really it's the carve out, which is 25% of whatever's left after the debt is paid off and the investor is paid back. If in this example, because you have a loan. That makes sense. And so in this example, if you were to do this particular deal, you made 300K on the acquisition, plus you would make 76. Well, I won't do that. You make 19. No, we'll do the whole thing all together. You make 76.8K. I fucked that up. 300 plus, I'm gonna do it the short version. 300 plus 76.8 plus 9.8. So you make 386.6. 386.6K approximately. So over 4 years, you would make 386,000, right? In the example that I gave you, you would walk away with $900,000 as soon as the deal closed, not in 4 years.
I have to make sure, like I said, it was so much. It was like a fire hose.
Oh, I feel you. I feel you. This
You
ain't
feel
this ain't
like no,
helping.
not you, not you. I'm just saying like the 3 day.
Both.
Yeah, it was a fire hose. So
That's good.
this man was going so fucking fast. I'm like,
That's
what the
good.
fuck? So, but like I
So-
said, when we start, because when we do the fast track,
Yeah.
I'm gonna see all this like
Yeah.
up front. What you're doing, I'm gonna see this unfold before my fucking eyes.
This was good. This was good. This was kind of like helpful for me. Obviously, we fucked around with a lot of these numbers, so a lot of this was like hypothetical. But this was good because I'm gonna back you up some, because that shit's hella close to my face. This was good because I think that this helped me understand a little bit more about what you're doing. I'm gonna move you over here. I'm fucking with my setup here, so you just gotta fucking deal with it. Is that better?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because I wanted to get that light out of the way. I think this helps a little bit better, right? And I'm looking over here, which is closer to you, but it's like less fucking awkward for me. Yeah, I think this makes sense. And so in this example, if we go back to our ROI calculator, you got bank rate open? I mean, you got the fucking thing open?
All right.
Yeah, ROI.
Yeah.
So in this example, well, I guess we already did the thing. We already did the delta. You got some Newton gel in there?
Yeah.
I love you. You're cute. Looking like a cinnamon roll. Love that ass. Yeah. So I mean, I think this makes sense, right? In this example, with a bunch of the numbers that we fucked up, it makes sense. I'm betting that your NOI, if that's the approximate number we're looking at, a little bit higher. I guess my question to you is, I think that we got into the weeds. What questions do you have? What like doesn't make sense to you right now in the realm of real estate? Probably a lot, but probably didn't help. Bones Jones, am I froze? Are you frozen? You still there? Bones, are you froze?
No, I'm not froze.
Oh shit. Okay, you Gucci. What's good? Taking care of business. Fuck with it. I fuck with it. Probably got to reset AI. What question do you have?
I don't. Damn, where the hell you went?
I'm still here.
Oh, there you go. It was just kind of delayed.
Okay.
I get where you're coming from. It does make a lot of sense, but I think where it's kind of hazy right now, which it was not a bad thing, which I'm glad we're like talking about this, because like when we talk about this stuff, we can go light years ahead of a lot of stuff, and we're just going this thing like just understanding. But where I'm hazy, like nothing wrong with this, is perfect. It's just
you ain't got a caveat.
me understanding the structure over here, of how they do business, whatever. So, and just kind of understanding it. It takes me
structure. What part of the structure?
The three ways.
No, those
so
things?
Right, because obviously all of this is going to vary based off of once you purchase, once you take over it.
Yeah.
And then when you start adding your due diligence into the flow of things, I guess the ultimate thing is you do all the lit work for the purchase property. You negotiating, then you getting in, you're finding out, is it a good deal or not?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the underwriting comes into play. Okay, yeah. Does the numbers make sense? Is the juice worth the squeeze? Is this a good deal or not? Once that has been determined, then now we're going to get our capital. Or we're going to go raise our capital.
So you're under.
We can be as many investors as,
Yeah. Well, that all makes sense. Here's what I want to say. these three things, your underwriting is going to be super fucking important. Absolutely. That's going to be fun. That's where your homework is. Like, honestly, all your work's in homework. All your work's in underwriting. But these three things is the easy part. Because as a snapshot, when your underwriting is done, because that's you're going to have to learn that shit. You have to. But when your underwriting is done, you're already going to know your acquisition cost because it's 5%. That's snapshot easy. What's 5% of the purchase price? Bam, that's you right there. I think, right? I would verify that it's 5% to you, not 5% to everybody, and then you get a piece of that, right? It's the first one, not the second one.
Yes. You broke up. I couldn't hear you.
So what I would verify. So with these three things, I like the structure, and I literally I'm taking notes because I'm like, oh shit, this is a good payment structure, because all of this payment structure is focused on performance.
Absolutely.
And so that's
force really appreciation.
And so all these things are focused on performance. You get paid based on, well, the acquisition one, in theory, you could force a higher price, but then you got to pay more over time. So you got to perform. So I like that. For cash flow, this is one that you got to verify. You got to double check on, which I'm sure you already know, right? Right. It makes sense to me that they're using the $2,000 per $1 million cash flow rule. And so in theory, if it only flows 500,000, you're only going to get $1,000 worth of cash flow to you every month. That's not crazy, right? That's like a fucking 2% of 1%, right? That's 0.02% or whatever. 2000s, whatever, you know what I'm about. So that's not crazy, especially when you look at like all your expenses building in. So that part makes sense. Now your carve out is the question, which makes sense to me also, that after all the debt service is paid, there is an amount that is left over. After the loan is paid, after the investor's paid off, there's an amount left over, and you get 25% of that. That's what makes sense to me. It's very unlikely that you're going to get all that equity. And if there's no other information, I'm betting you get 25% of that. That makes sense to me too. For the more you can make it appreciate, the more your carve out is. It's performance based.
Exactly. And I guess like what they will appreciate in the long term is more so like, we don't want to like overperform, because now, it's kind of like the very first one, kind of like, well, okay, let me back up. You don't want to tell them, you don't want to give them like, say, hey,
we're going to hit you 50%. Bitch, why would
you? Yeah, we're going to say, well, we will give it up to 5 years, but we want to hit them with 3 years.
Yeah.
We want to kind of show them like, oh, well, we can have your rate of return will be here. But then we want to be able to like, I don't want to use the word expedite, but we want to be able to like show them that we can make just as much in shorter time.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, damn. So they can be like, oh, damn. I thought you said 5 years. Well, my team, we make the shit happen.
Yeah.
Which in turn will make them want to go and reinvest again.
Yeah, put the money
back. Boom.
Because what are they gonna fucking do with it? They ain't doing shit with it.
Exactly. They're just gonna make the money. We just want them to make their money grow.
Yeah. Now that makes sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. So in this example, you make 386,000 over 4 years. But the bulk of your money, here's a note that I would say take in, right? The bulk of the bulk of your money is on acquisitions. So the more deals you're doing in this example, that's where most of your money is. I don't think it's a bad structure, right? It incentivizes you to put more deals into the pipeline, find them, and track them. It makes sense.
Yes.
What you doing? Going upstairs? Okay, I love you. The girls all ready? It's all right. I ain't got shit to do. I'm gonna leave. Fuck. Be all right. I love you. I do want to talk about this picture thing, but we can talk about it later. Talking to Zone's Bones. Okay. I love you. Yeah, I think this makes sense. This is really cool. let me get resituated here. I'm gonna get at the computer, and then we can run through some other stuff. I want to show you some of the other tools we got going. I think we were doing this before. I think we were talking about it. I was talking about it, but we weren't actually looking at the same thing. Let me get that bad boy right here. Get that bad Larry right here. Get that bad boy right here. Get that bad boy right here. Bing bong. Otter AI is like, excuse me, sir. What the fuck? Switch that camera over. Hit him with the old razzly dazzly. The reasly deasly. That shit hella high. I don't think that's right. Chatting extra close. What tool were we on? I think we were on chatting extra close. Chatting extra close. What the fuck? Bing 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 bong bing bong 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 bong. Here we go. Now we're cooking. Everybody cooking. Oop. Oop. That's fucked. Which one is it? I thought it was chatting extra close. Oh, it's just close. Okay, that's why. Yeah, I'm tripping.
3rd Battalion, what's up, man?
3rd Battalion.
You was Lima, right?
Hell yeah, I was Lima Company. Out here throwing hose out windows.
Lima Beamers.
Lima Beamers.
What's the real slogan? Killer Lima?
Lethal Lima.
Lethal.
Lima Legends. Lethal. Come on, sir, Lethal. Shut up, stupid run.
Oh shit. This man. Drill instructors, they said who has the best memory? Drill instructors. They don't forget nothing. That man still know the fucking creed.
I fucking can't forget it. I'll be yelling at these hoes.
How do y'all remember it? Like Capers, how? How do y'all remember it?
You just do reps. It's reps and sets. Just like you learn everything as a Marine, you learn that shit for practicing.
But my thing is like, how did y'all go about doing it though?
Oh, every chance you got, you get like drilled, right? So like even as a senior, right? I would be with like my new hats, and I'd be like, "All right, Jones, hit it." They'd be like, "Good morning," or you'd be like, "Sit up straight and look at me." Especially like if you're gonna be a senior next cycle, like all the other seniors would drill you, and so like anytime, and even your drill instructors, if you were cool about it, right? Anytime you were working, somebody was like, "All right, senior, hit it." He'd be like, "Sit up straight and look at me. My name is blah 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 blah, and I'm your yada yada yada. Hootie hootie woody woody, shaboo boo boo boo." And you just fucking hit it. Because you gotta put those sets and reps in, and then so we had like a bunch of practices and shit. It was a lot. Like you would constantly be practicing. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I got you over there. I actually don't want this close. This is hella close. I just want it regular close. Let's do this. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, cool. Now we like at an okay range here. All right, so I'm gonna pull up my screen here. I want screen 2 and phone cam. Wow, didn't want to do that. I knew that was gonna happen. Went to the matrix and shit. All right, bet. So now you should be looking at my screen. Bet. All right. So we were talking about before we were talking about some of the tools that we use, right? So how are you guys finding these deals?
That's what this this fast track, yeah.
Okay.
This fast track is gonna be about.
Okay, that's good.
I'm sure it's similar to the same probably like the concept that you're probably doing. Like I don't know if you're using like maybe broker, maybe have a broker out there or something, or maybe something similar to LoopNet. I don't know. What you had showed me something like a while back.
Yeah, I think we were.
Remember, I was like, "Hey, you looked it up, you searched it, like in Washington or something like that." So stuff like maybe something like that. And then however you can get in, maybe you know somebody that knows somebody like that's in the industry that that has connections to these markets, and they can actually just know everything about that fucking house right here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you probably be
hey,
doing
it was
agent
built.
outreach.
Yeah, it was built here. It was, tornado hit it here. We had to rebuild
Bam.
here.
Oh,
All kinds of shit. Someone actually knows about these properties. You know what I'm saying? Because it's good. Because a perfect example the guy gave us was apartment complex.
Yep.
Super fucking. It was nice, but it needed some work, obviously. But they had a vision like, hey, once we force appreciate this shit, it's gonna be out the roof. But when they did the fucking underwriting and all this stuff, they were like, wait a minute, the numbers don't add up. Some ain't making sense. It's like their expenses here, like in other, it's too high. What is that? So they went and took a deeper dive, and come to find out it was a water bill. It was like, well, damn, like I know it's like 380 units, but the customers, the tenants don't even use that much. Where's this water coming from? Are they just? That's what it was. There was a major pipe that had burst.
And they just didn't know about it. It's just like
they didn't even know about it. It was underground. It had burst, so it was just leaking all the time.
That's good. Yep.
Causing
That's what happened to me. That's what happened to us in our flip. Well, we were lucky because it was on the main side of the fucking. It was on the city side of the thing, and so we were responsible for the repairs to the street. We didn't have to pay for that water, bro. We were so lucky.
Exactly. So they went and they found out, like, well, okay. Well, they found the pipe, they found the corporate. So they's like, okay, so how much would it cost to actually, fix this up? Because they're about to back out of the deal. They was like, well, okay, we'll take a hit here. So they restructured the numbers again. They're like, well, it can work. But
it can work. Yeah. We gotta get a discount.
However,
we gotta take on this problem.
They were like, wait a minute. It was a galvanized pipe. So that means
that all gotta go.
Yes, it had to be revamped because it was built back in like
40.
I want to say 50, 40, some shit like that. It was old.
It's like 1940 to like 1960.
Yeah, so it's like it's gonna actually cost this much.
Yeah, that's what happened to my property in Philly. That's what happened to our flip. The fucking pipe, it fucking cracked, and then it washed all the soil away, and then the whole pipe, like the city, like the main's down here, and the fucking pipe goes up to the house. It washed all that dirt away, and the pipe just dropped 5 feet under the underground. It was crazy. Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. So this is interesting. Is this a condo? Is this the whole thing? Oh, it's just a unit. Oh, they fucking tripping. I gotta figure out how to find the actual full properties, right? It's something that I've been messing with. I want to get better
But long story short, they was like, fuck that, we're backing out. But the seller or whoever was like, you know what? We'll take on the fucking deal, or we'll take on the fucking
repair
expenses of that.
Yeah, they gotta get the fuck out of it
because they needed to get out.
Yeah.
And that's how they kind of said how they structured the deal some kind of way. But it's like, we're not taking over that deal until this is fixed. I mean, FIX.
Yeah.
Fully.
That shit's fucking wild, man. So I haven't really done a bunch of digging with LoopNet. I'm not very familiar. That's just that. I was like,
that's crazy because I'm actually using LoopNet right now.
Are you in there? I haven't really messed with LoopNet before. I'm familiar with it. I know so some of the people in like my spheres, they're like, yeah, you can check for multifamily properties in there.
But the thing is like, why is it so overlooked? Because it's just easy to access. The moment you type it in?
No. So as I understand it, LoopNet is like a little bit lower tech, or at least how it used to be, right? Based on my understanding. So one, I think there's like a paid option. I don't pay for that shit. I have a bunch of other stuff. Maybe I should, right? Maybe this is the thing.
They said
Maybe
if
this
it's
is the reason
free,
why.
they said if it's
Yeah.
free, something ain't right. The numbers
Well,
ain't.
not that it ain't right. It's just yeah. But like this makes sense, right? Like this was 4 quadruplexes. This shit's not even for sale anymore. I think this was for sale a while back. I need to call these motherfuckers back. I need to find out. Now we talking about multifamily. Like literally, I know some shit now. I need to fucking call these motherfuckers. Like I want to buy a fucking. I want to buy a multifamily property in the next like 2-3 months. You know what I'm saying? I need that. I need that right now. I need that in my life, my boy. I'm definitely gonna dig into it. Because knowing what I know now, so we didn't really dig super deep into the sub two space, but the idea is like I I find people who have one of two problems. They either have pain, right? They're in foreclosure, or they need to get out of it for a loan, or they got repairs that they don't have any money left for, or whatever the fuck their problem is. They're getting a divorce, whatever it is. Or I have people who need gain, i.e., if they sell it the traditional way, they're only going to get however much money. But if they sell it with me, then they're going to avoid tax, and they can get more. I can give them more over time, right? And that's the structure. What's the fucking zip code? 28460. That's not what I want. 28460. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, okay. So there's a couple properties out here. Are these multifamily property type? I need that multifamily. What do we got? Nothing. Damn. Okay. 28546. Is that Jacksonville, Stoneville County? One multifamily property. Oh, okay. 60-unit apartment building. You trying to go in with me on this? Is it
Wait a
for
minute.
sale right now?
Where is that again? Jackson.
In Jackson.
You motherfucker.
What?
Wait a minute. I was actually looking at that one already.
In here in North Carolina?
Yeah, Jackson, yeah.
Let's buy it. I'm gonna call these motherfuckers. Tomorrow's Friday, right? I'm gonna call them.
Wait. Let's get a game plan first, dude.
Well, so this is good, right? So here's this is so good. This is good, man. I miss you, bro. I miss you. So the game plan is good, right? I want to get a game. We could talk about the game plan, but let me tell you the structure and how I would like traditionally approach this, and how I intend to still attack it, right? Because it doesn't change anything, but it lets me gather information, right? So when I'm looking at my underwriting tool, one of my underwriting tools, because I have a bunch, but this is like my snapshot thing. I got a couple other ones, but this is where I really do most of my work. And the reason I do it in here is because I have, man, I don't want to fucking hit you with too much on this one, but actually, no, you're like 3 hours behind me, right?
Yeah, dude, it's early as fuck. You the one
Oh,
that need
bro.
to fucking speed up.
Yeah, well, I'm about to slay your ass. Hey, do you need a break? Because we about to go heavy. You need a minute? Take a breather?
Yeah, let me get a drink.
Okay, take a drink. Wait, what you drinking?
Fucking Gatorade?
All right, cool. I was just checking. I was like, it's the middle of the day over there, my boy. You out there drinking?
Yo,
Drinking.
fool, no.
All right,
I don't drink during the day.
Me either. I don't really drink pretty much.
And plus, I'm on a business call, my guy.
Wow, man, it's a fucking it's a virtual happy hour.
If you say so.
That was your word. You said that. I like that. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna be like, hey, it's a virtual happy hour. Can you still hear me?
Oh boy, this boy's a fool.
I gotta get my coffee.
So
I gotta get
what I wanna know is, so if I get it, what in the world? No, okay, are you doing your thing?
Yeah, I'm listening. I can hear you. You on my headset.
Oh, okay. So
I can't reach.
So what?
Hold on. Give me 7 seconds.
Hold on, I'm about to call my girl real quick.
Okay. Well, that's my beat.
I'm about to see what she's talking about real quick.
All right, what's Gucci?
No, I'm calling my girl, see, because I told her I was gonna call her back, and
yeah, you better call her back. Don't get her mad at me.
Nah. She ain't like that.
She's like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is Cake Dog? She sounds hideous.
she good. She good people, man. She good people. Not everybody hit me up like, yo, bro, what the fuck? Where you
Like, I heard you got offended out here telling you motherfuckers fuck them.
I was like, I mean, I ain't even lie. I was like, he said, yo, because one of the guys was like, damn, you left mighty slick today. I said, nah. I said, man, I just left, man. He said, yeah. He said, why? I said, man, I got suspended, man. What? What the fuck? I said, yeah, man, they got my ass.
We're gonna go back. We're gonna buy it. We're gonna go buy that place.
Fucking, let's do it. I want to show up and just.
Is he a franchisee? Who owns that spot? Who owns that spot? He's an employee. We just buy it. You want to hear something crazy? Because he don't own that spot, do he?
No.
We could sell or find. We could sub to. Here's something about
You
sub to.
stupid.
No, listen. You know
you
you
talking about BMW,
anything.
fool?
Bro, I don't give a fuck.
You're not gonna sub to the owner?
Why not?
He gonna look.
Can you borrow?
Because he probably
this
man network. This man don't probably one. He probably is not. He's don't even. It's not even loaned out. His own. Two.
Is the guy that you're talking to the owner?
No.
All right, bro. You can sub to anything. Anything. There's literal people buying businesses sub to right now. Dead ass. With no money out of pocket. The business pays all the costs. He don't have to do anything.
Well, I know that, but my thing is like, it ain't like I wouldn't. Okay. Keyword assume. I wouldn't assume that the owner of this particular building is hurting.
It's not about
because you remember you said you said
what are they?
How much do you need?
Say it. No. That's a pain problem. There's two. I just told you it. It's two things. Pain or what? Gain.
Pain or gain, yeah.
Pain or gain. He might not have pain. He owns a BMW. He's fucking Gucci. But what could he gain? He could gain his time back. He ain't got to fucking deal with your fucking douchebag supervisor. He still get the money. It's mailbox money at that point.
So basically, we just walk up in that bitch and tell everybody to get the fuck out.
No. Just that one dude. Not everybody. No, nigga, you need employees. Bro, you like pick them out. No,
get out. All y'all is all your fault.
That motherfucker like, hey.
Okay, Jones, are you okay now? You good, Zones Bones? Yeah. So tell everybody to come the fuck back because we need them to work.
They all retired.
Oh yeah, fuck, my bad, bro. I'm sorry.
Hey, my bad. I was on a power trip. I had to let you motherfuckers know. I had to let your asses know. That motherfucker tried to play your boy. That tried to fuck with your boy.
You fucking see you good. One. Call the motherfuckers back. They actually part of the plan. All right.
You better call me. Just like I will be addressed as sir. Thank you very much. You call me sir. Just you, motherfucker. What's that dude's name? Stefan? Yeah, you, Stefan. You call me sir.
Man.
You be like,
bro, I'll be so.
You suspended.
You know what? I won't even fire him.
You ain't gotta fire him. Suspend his ass. Give him a day off. No, you know what? Be nice to him. Be like, hey,
exactly.
Stefan, take the rest of
the day
off.
When I walk on the lot, he gonna be like, wow.
He be like,
and I'm saying, yeah, that's crazy.
Like this motherfucker.
How the tables have turned.
He be like, I suspended him and motivated him so bad that he went and bought the business just to tell me that I can have a nice day. This is some gangster shit.
Bro, that is worse than getting fired.
I would have to leave. Couldn't live with that motherfucker. Yeah. I'm like, I gotta go. I can't work with you, my boy. You are
you know the nightmares he'll have every night.
Bro, that's wild. Hold on, I'll be right back. Let me go get my cup. That's crazy. I would quit.
Oh, nobody's playing today.
Stephanie fired. Just kidding. Bring that ass here.
Oh, somebody. Oh, they do play today.
What you do? Who playing? Them boys out here playing? Oh shit.
Wait a minute, I'm lost.
What you doing?
Oh, the Hawks playing right now.
Oh shit. Bum, 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 bum.
Hold on, I'm about to call my dad real quick, see what the hell you talking about.
Right.
It only gonna be brief.
You good, man? I'm fucking making coffee. I'm fucking off. Oh shit! I did not measure that correctly. Oh fuck! We about to find out.
That man probably sleep. It's 9. It's going on 10, right?
Yeah, it's like 9:48. Oh, I gotta do something with this Apple Watch. Fuck.
Man, it feel good. Technically, I'm kind of happy that I ain't even got to wake up in the morning, so
Bro, tell me about
to
that.
get ready for work. I'm kind of like, bro, like you realize you just gave me a quick vacation, bro. Like
I know.
like, I mean,
It's rough. Bum, 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 bum,
technically, I'm
bum,
supposed to have next Friday and Monday off.
Well, you got it early. Surprise.
I'm like, man, y'all
hooking
killing
your
me,
boy
man.
up. Like hooking your boy up. Stefan, what are you doing, my boy?
It's crazy how you went straight to the one I was already looking at.
Yeah, you took. Oh, this one. Well, yeah, because I only saw one.
The one in Jacksonville, yeah.
So let me see what we got in this hole. I haven't done any fucking research on this. So I'm gonna pull my thing up. I'm kind of just trying to look at it though. So I think it's for sale. If it's listed here, it's for sale. Rent growth,
It
value
should be,
add,
yeah.
opportunity, blah 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 blah. And so here's the thing, right? Like I need to have access to it to fucking do
Where the
things.
hell you at,
And
Capers?
I'm on LoopNet. Can you hear me?
But you gone.
Oh, where'd I go? Hold up.
Unless you on another screen.
Maybe. No, I'm still on the same screen.
I can't see you. I see my stuff.
Oh
There you
yeah,
go.
because you got. Oh, I know why. It's the view. So it's based on who's talking. Hold on, let me see. Motherfucker. Let me see. Let's do it as a gallery, and this should put us side by side.
Because I was just shopping around, and I was just like, I did one over here. I did one in Georgia. I did one in North Carolina. Can you hear me?
Why you kick me out? I knew you were gonna do this.
What happened?
No, I was double clicking shit and it kicked me out. My mouse. I need to change the batteries. Could be doing dumb shit. Can you see me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I was saying, think that it's the way that the settings are for the thing, because it's set up so that you can see who's talking. And so if I'm not talking, then it goes to you, and then if you're not talking, it goes to me. It's weird. I need to just hide myself view. It's fucking weird. Yeah, I think that's the way it's supposed to be. It's weird. It's Gucci. I bang with it. Anyway, this property. So yeah, as I understand LoopNet, I need to have like access to get it to the offering memorandum, the data and shit. What information did it give me? And you guys as a group, will you guys be on the inside? Like, will you guys be paying for LoopNet?
No, they never mentioned nothing about LoopNet.
Hmm.
I was just being proactive and I stumbled across it.
Okay. I'm on with that. Yeah, I'm curious as to what you guys are gonna use. I mean, I think LoopNet I think LoopNet can work, right? I'm super curious about it because I never even thought about it, honestly. Like, because before I didn't even think about,
I mean, it's
honestly,
gotta work. The information is there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I hear you. Oh, is this shit still going? Oh shit.
is it free? It's not
What?
free. LoopNet.
I think it is free. Let me
Or they do
stop.
like premiums, like you only allowed to see certain things, but if you pay, you have access to like other stuff or something like. Is it something like that?
Yeah, I think that. So as I'm looking at it, it's the data, right? So like, let me open this up. Turn this bitch off. Yeah, stop the auto assistant. Man, he be recording everything, bro. He tripping. Stop. This is good. This is good. This is good stuff, man.
Speaker one.
Yeah. So what's really cool is once I go back in, so here's what happened, and you couldn't see it happen behind the screen because I had it on the other side. So what it's gonna do is when I add so it could tell the difference between our voices and how like we were communicating. And so once I go in and I add your name, it'll save your name and apply your name to the whole thing where you were talking.
Do you pay for that?
No,
You
it's
pay for
free.
auto?
No,
It's
it's free.
free?
Yeah. So you get 300 minutes a month, and then it records text for 30 minutes for every call. So like I just used like 60 minutes or something like that on this one twice, something like that. So I use like 90 minutes. Oh yeah, here we go. So I got 240 minutes left. So I used about 60 minutes, and it resets at the end of the month for me. Well,
So
let me
how
make
do
sure.
these people get paid?
So
If
there
everybody
is a
using this,
paid version. There's a paid version, but the thing is that there are like podcasters and shit that use this like religiously. So like there's people paying for it. I'm just not paying for it because I have this, and I also have another one called Fathom, and then also my brokerage pays for a lot of they have so I pay for Zoom, and Zoom has captions, but it doesn't transcribe and send an email. So in your email, what you should have right now is you should have, once it's finished, you could have an email with the transcript and the video in your email right now. Or it's fucking sick,
campers like to work fast.
bro. That shit's tight. Like that shit's tight. Especially once I start getting into like the podcasting scene. Like I've been playing around with some stuff, but we on some other stuff. Let me close that. That's slowing me down. I don't need that. I don't really want to register for LoopNet right now, bro. I don't really want to do that. I just want to look at the data. But yeah, there's it. So I think that they have like the operating and the financial information and then the offering memorandum. So like if you're going to make an offer, they want you to do it a certain way. But honestly, here's the thing about sub two. Here's what I learned, right? And maybe they're gonna go over it in the class. Like you can be a professional without being stuck in the system. And so like my thing here is I just want to call the owner. I just want to find out who owns it, right? And so like my thing is here's the fucking address, right? Bang bang bang. I ain't fucking doing a dumb shit. Yeah, you should have a note in your email for the Otter AI like right now. I just got it.
In my email? Let me see. Let me
Yeah,
check.
it should be in your Zandin one. If you don't, let me know. I'll forward it over. So yeah, here it is. Check out the details. The commercial. The Crown of Jacksonville LLC.
Damn, I really should delete all these spams.
Oh yeah. You gotta set up some filters. So it's owned by LLC, which makes the most sense because if they didn't, that'd be fucking crazy. But they do have a PO box. 60 units, 3 buildings, municipal, blah 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 blah, all that good shit. All these apartment units. Bro, I want this building so bad. Huh. NW. Link properties. What else we got? They own a bunch of shit.
No, I don't think it came through.
They didn't come through?
I don't know.
All right,
I don't
I'll
think it
forward it
did.
back to you. So here's what I'm seeing.
What is this
good.
again?
So this is okay. So we didn't talk about this, right? So with what I do, I use 3 different things. I use Privy, which we kind of went over before, right? I think that I should do a little bit of Privy. And then I also use PropStream and Batch Leads. And they do a lot of the same things, but they also do different things, right? And I use them for different reasons. Privy, they're all paid. They're investor platforms, right? I use Privy to find opportunities. It has a very specific setup where I can literally just say, find me a deal. I want to find a buy and hold in this zip code. And it knows based on, because it's built by investors, and it uses the metrics like all the underwriting skills that we have, right? Like all the underwriting basics. It looks at all these properties and says, hey, based on the ARVs of properties in this area, this might be a deal. Like literally just like that. So like here, snapshot. I just coded it to find me a buy and hold deal. And so there's 13 deals. There's 13 active deals right now, 13 active properties in 28460 that could be a deal. And the reason they could be a deal is for a whole host of reasons that I mean, I could go into. But in short, what it says is that there is probably a price difference between that property and the properties around it, or it's been on the market for a long time, combination, or it has other indicators like it's in pre-foreclosure and shit like that. Yeah. And so like a lot of these are fucking a lot of these are new builds, right? But like this one, like Chadwick Drive, or like this cabin, this is not a new build, right? Or like this one's a new build, but it's owned by the company, right?
Yeah.
But like this one, 161 Marina Way, it's been on the market for 94 days. And like literally I'm gonna call these motherfuckers tomorrow. Right. And so literally Privy is like, hey, based on the numbers, this is probably a deal. And the reason that does that is because it also does comping for you in the app, right? Like this is a half-mile radius. It looks at all the sales and active sales right now. So there's 2 active listings in this half-mile radius. One's way the fuck over there. Oh, they're both over there. They're over here at East Redhead Circle. It's a new development. I can tell that.
So when you buy the property,
yeah,
what are you doing with it?
Ooh, okay.
You just you wait until somebody move in, or
so right now I'm focusing on one very specific strategy, and I wanted to talk to you about this so bad. This is boy, I'm about to. All right. We have to go. We have to go to the fucking whiteboard, maybe. Yeah, probably the whiteboard. We're gonna go to the whiteboard. I'm gonna show you some shit real quick. I'm gonna try to do it in 10 minutes or less.
Right, can he do it? I'm about to time his ass.
All right, hold on. Let me get on the screen. Don't start yet. I need to get my coffee yet. Let me get to my chatting close. Chatting close. That's the one I want. That should be really close to me. Should switch my screen. See my face? All right, cool. Stand by for this one. Hold up. Gotta get my caffeine, my caffeina. Cocaina. Got that cocoa melon. All right. Pop, pop, beep, boop. Beep, 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 beep.
Did you finish Attack on Titan? Because I did.
No, I read it. Did you watch it or read it?
I watched it.
I didn't get to watch it. I read it though. I read it a couple years ago. And I was like, bro, that shit's crazy. I need to watch it. I've been watching. I get clips of it, bro. They be getting me. Anytime I see a clip of AOT,
bro, Levi,
my boy,
Jesus, man, that dude is deadly.
My boy, but like, where your loop sling? That shit's real good. I love it.
Where your loop sling? Where your 3-point?
3-point loop sling, fucking harness at. Where's your omnidirectional system at, boy? Boy, where your omnidirectional system? Where you gonna move? Why you do this? Yeah, that's just wild, bro. Yeah, when I read it like a year or 2 ago, I was like, what the fuck? And then one of my one of the Marines I served with, she just started, and she was like, "The fuck? Nobody told me that that's gotta be a roller coaster ride." I'm like, "You got to see it through, my girl. You got to see it
Bro, it
through."
was just so sad, like how these Titans was like almost
They were
reincarnated.
the victim. They was
Yeah.
victims. All right. So here's what I'm doing. This is called a wrap, right? A wrap / hybrid. Right. So we're talking about sub 2 deals. So when I say hybrid, I'm doing two things simultaneously, right? I'm doing that's weird. You're like way behind me. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do a little bit of nope, I don't like that. I want it over here, but I need it closer. So let me do this. Bing bong. Bada bim bam. Pow. Chatting extremely close. There we go. Now we cooking with fire. All right. That's better. Oh yeah. Okay, we Gucci. So it's called a wrap hybrid. What are we wrapping and what are we hybrid? So we're wrapping loans, and then the hybrid, it's a hybrid between usually a sub 2 and a seller finance.
Which one you like the best?
So these are the it's a good question. It depends. I like hybrid. And the hybrid is a combination between the two. It's different uses for different things. But I'm gonna give you the version of it, right? A sub 2 is when there is a loan. I'm gonna take it over subject to the loan balance if there is a loan. If there is no loan, I'm gonna take it over seller financing. So if there's equity but no loan, I would seller finance. If there is a loan, then I would take it sub 2. Now, if there's a loan and equity, it's a hybrid. I would take over the loan subject to, and I would seller finance the equity. So example, right? I have a property right now. The loan is 215,000. He owes 215K on it, right? The ARV on a good day is like 235. If we want to be generous, right? I'm buying it for 245. Why would I do that? I'm buying it for more than it's worth. Why? This is really good. I'm buying it on a hybrid. What I'm doing is I am paying I'm taking over the loan sub 2, which is a VA loan at 2.5. He is like a 2.55, right? So I'm taking this loan sub 2. His payment, his debt service is altogether is $1,100. Principal, interest, taxes, insurance is $1,100. It's a 3-bed, 2-bath home, by the way, right? It's like 1,400 square feet. So his payment all in is $1,100, right? Rent rate on a good day is like 1,600, maybe 16. I actually got a tenant for 1,650, but that's because I'm fucking smooth, right? So the loan 215 at 2.5 at 1,100, whatever the fucking rate is, right? Okay, right? He has technically, if you look at how much the house is worth and how much he owes, technically he has 20 grand of equity, right? However, if he sells, he won't get any money. He'll actually probably owe money because if we take the where you at? There we go. So if we take the fucking if we take the ARV 235 and we account for how much the commissions and shit are, which is about 8%, right? 0.9, you get 92% of the ARV, which would mean that he would get 216,000, right? He owes 215,000. And that's assuming that he has to do no repairs. What are the fucking odds? Zero, big zip, right? So he's probably going to have to pay to sell his house, which is a bad deal. And so he's also one of my recruits, by the way. So I was talking to him and I was like, don't fucking do that. Cause he talked to an agent. They were like, hey, sell your house at 215 and then come to the table with 5 grand. He's like, I don't want to do that. I'm like, yeah, don't fucking do that. So here's what happened. I'm actually purchasing it at 245, which is 10K over what he was going to get. But here's how. I'm taking over the loan sub 2. And then I'm taking over the loan sub 2. And then he's seller financing me $30,000. He's seller financing me $30,000 worth of equity that technically he doesn't have. He has $20,000. I'm giving him, he's giving me extra $10,000 equity. And we're agreeing that purchase price is $245. So it's $215 plus 30 is $245, right? That's the math. Now, why would I do this? Because the rent rate is $1,600. But if you focus on the math, right, I account for vacancy, I account for CapEx, I account for repairs, I account for all that. And so all my expenditures, I account for those. And so at this rate, this is a no-go. This is a non-deal for me. Who will buy this deal? You ready? Have we talked about penalty box buyers before?
No.
Don't
penalty box buyers?
Penalty box buyers. There are people who do not qualify for traditional loans, but want homes. And the reason they don't qualify is not because they don't have good money or good credit or anything like that. It's because the way that the lenders qualify loans is based on the way you earn your money. They're not W-2 employees. They're contractors and fucking other. And so maybe they, like a realtor, like if you don't have job history, if you don't have 2 years job history in the field, you might not earn, you could make $100,000 a month.
But I'm looking at it like something tangible.
Yeah.
Like a W-2 job is something that I can touch that.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's on a pay period system. So we know that you're going to get paid a certain amount of money every 2 weeks. As a contractor, it's like it varies.
Exactly. And so the bank will discount at a varying degree that income, right? They have the ability to offset your income based on their risk tolerance. So one bank might be like, yeah, we'll give you 100% credit for that. Most will not, like almost zero, right? Some banks will be like, we'll give you 50%. I talked to a seller for this deal, buyer for this deal, right? He said that he would show up with a down payment, right? Because we talked about the 3-way, you're getting paid 3 ways on your deal. I get paid 3 ways on my deal too. Very similar structure. Here's what he's buying. So the loan ARV is literally 235. You can't beat that. There's no way we can go around that, right? I'm buying it for 245. I'm selling it at 360. The ARV is only 235. How do I do this? How do I do this? There's 3 things that's going to happen, or literally happening right now, right? The buyer brings a down payment. The buyer brings 10%, which is 36,000. He brings 36K to the table. The buyer's going to pay all closing costs. Then he's going to pay, here's okay. The loan of $360,000, the delta there is what? Was 360 minus 245. It's 115. So there's $115,000 of equity that is in this deal that I built in out of nowhere, right? What's the interest rate on the equity? Because it's a loan now. It's a loan. I'm wrapping the whole thing. I'm wrapping that $115,000. I'm wrapping it into a loan. What's the interest rate?
3.1.
No. Oh,
2.5. Yeah, there you go.
So the original $215,000 was at 2.5. You know what my interest rate is?
Say that one more time.
So the original loan, the loan that I'm wrapping, is at 2.55%
interest rate.
The equity that I'm building in, right? The equity that I'm building into this loan for the buyer, it's at 8.5%. I am lending him $115,000 that I made up out of nowhere at 8.5%.
Bro, that's a lot.
Yes, it is.
That's a lot over time.
It's funny that you say that. Yes, the fuck it is. Yes, it is. But why would he do this? His monthly payment is $1,900. Why is that important? The
'Cause over
monthly payment
time,
is more than the rent rate for the area because he's not a tenant, he's an owner. He is an owner, and that's even more important because the $1,900 minus the debt service of $1,100 is a positive $800 a month. Now, when you're a landlord, you have capital expenditures. Do you have expenditures as a lender? No. So that's $800 clean dollars a month on this deal that I make into my pocket. So he shows up with 36K. It's cash to me. He shows up with $800 per month. He's going to pay $1,900. $800 is coming to me. $1,100 goes to the bank.
and here's your exit.
And then here's my exit. One day, when he refinances, or he doesn't, I don't fucking care. He can pay me $800 a month until my $115,000 equity is paid out. But the odds are in 3 to 5 years, 3 to 7 probably, he's going to try to refinance because the home will appreciate over 360.
Mm-hmm.
And when he does, whatever balance has remained, I will get paid out because of the way that we record the note. Just like any other lender, when you pay them off and you sell a property, the loans get paid off, the liens get paid off. We record a lien against the property just like every other system. And so in 3 to 5 years, we'll have a fucking probably like $90,000 exit because he's only paying, right? So that's it. That's 3 ways I get paid. So on this one deal, for a deal, here's the value. And this is why I want to call them the guys, right? You can do this with anything. Here's why this is so valuable for me. He can't sell his house with an agent because it would cost him money. He doesn't want to. It doesn't make sense for him. I am literally the only person that said, I will pay you money. The seller gets $7,000 in this deal. Out of that $36,000, I give the seller $7,000 and he's gone. That's it. He sells me the house for $7,000. I assign it to the buyer and I lend him all this equity made up out of nowhere. Not out of nowhere, but equity is made up if you didn't know.
It's built in.
It's made
based
up.
off of
I built it in.
your underwriting, right?
No. Well, kind of. Not really, though. Here's where it's really cool, right? It's based on how much do I want to make. That's it. How much money do I want to make? I want to make $500 on every deal.
I get it. I understand. I'm getting it.
That's it. This number right here, here's what I really do. I do 1.25%, right? So there's a premium. So in theory,
Premium.
there's a premium that I build in. So that's why this number is higher than the ARV, right? The ARV is 235. And I'm buying it at 245, right? I'm buying it 245.
So are you investing your own money or are you taking that or you going to the bank?
Bro, flip the bank. I am the bank. The money, I didn't put any money. Did I not say that I didn't put a single dollar in this deal? Did I not say that? I didn't put any money.
That's what I'm saying. Where the fucking money coming from?
He put $36,000 right there. He sent it to escrow.
But okay, so the 360K though.
That's the price that I set. So I said, so here's what happened. I'll give you the order of operations. So I said, hey, Mr. Jones, seller, I want you to sell your house. If you sell it the way that everyone else is telling you to, because they're fucking stupid, you're going to end up paying $5,000 out of your pocket. That's dumb. Don't fucking do that. I want to give you $30,000. How does that sound? You were going to pay $5,000. I want to give you $30,000. How's that sound?
That sounds fucking amazing. Yeah.
Bet. So I want to give you $30,000, but if I'm going to do that, I need you to work with me. So here's what I want to do. I want to pay you over time. I know you got to move and shit. You're going to Texas. You guys going to Texas. Seller's going to Texas. So I know you got to move. I'm going to give you, how much do you need? How much do you need to go? What do you need? What do you want in your pocket? He said $5,000. I said, I can't give you $5,000, but I can do $7,000 because I love you. You're my little pumpkin boy. Like he's one of my little recruits. And I was like, I'll give you $7,000. Are you good? He's like, that would be fucking great. I'm like, okay, cool. I can give you $7,000, but this is what I'm gonna need from you. Because here's the way it works out. I give him either a bigger down payment or I give him higher monthly payments. He needed more money, so we lowered the payment. So he makes $100 a month in this deal. I didn't tell you about that, but so The payment is $1,100. The buyer's paying me $1,900. So $1,900, $100 goes to the seller every month that the buyer's paying. $1,100 goes to the lender, the original bank that he has. It's a Penny Mac loan for $215,000. They get $1,100, and then the other $700, whatever the fucking change is, comes to me. Just like that.
Boom.
Right. So the seller, I say, hey, look, I'm gonna give you. What can we agree on? What makes sense for you? And he's like, oh yeah, if we're gonna do this, I'm gonna need 7. I'm gonna need 5. I'm like, I can do 7. He's like, yeah, that sounds good. For 7,000, we do $100 a month until the loan's paid off. The $30,000, we're gonna subtract 7. So there's $23,000 remaining, and we're gonna pay you $100 a month until you receive $23,000. You
but
might
that
get
255 is still accruing daily, right?
That's on the original loan. There's no the 30 grand is principal only. I'm not paying any interest on this money. It's money with no. It's negotiation. I negotiated this. Hey, if you want a down payment, I'm not paying interest, bro. I'm not paying interest.
That's crazy.
It sounds crazy, right? Bro, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna record the next call. I'm gonna call tomorrow and I'm fucking let you listen to it. It's wild. Motherfuckers just like it sounds crazy, but it makes a lot of sense from the psychology.
So you're gonna actually do a deal tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna call the fucking dudes. I'm gonna call because I'm gonna drive down to Wilmington.
From Jacksonville?
Yeah, I'm gonna call that 60-unit place. Bro, I'm not fucking playing. What the fuck? We're gonna be partners on this deal, bro. I'm gonna call him. We're gonna see what's up. I'm trying to take it down. I'm gonna see what I gotta figure out how long it's been listed, but I'm trying to buy it.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna figure out what they need.
Okay.
Why they selling? And here's it. Well, let me finish. So yeah, so in this deal, the seller, I'm giving the seller $245. And your question is, where does the money come from? I put $0 in this deal. And so the way that the order of operations is this: hey, Mr. Seller, you over here. Or cool, Mr. Seller, I want to give you 30 grand. He's like, yes. I'm like, okay, how much do you need up front? And he said 5. And I'm like, I can do 7 because I like you. And I want you to keep getting divorced and shit. I'm like, bro, fuck that bitch. Go get you something nice. $7,000, right? She's a nice lady. She's just not nice to him. I'm like, that sucks. We're gonna move you on. So like, I'm gonna give you 7 grand. We pay you $100 a month until the shit's paid off. Good with you? He was like, that sounds chef's kiss fantastic. Bet. All right, cool. So then we enter into an agreement, and what that agreement says is I have a 21-day inspection period, and we're gonna close. I have to ask them all the questions. Hey, when do you want to close? Let me know when you need to move. Let me know when you're gonna be out of the property. Let me know when you're good for inspections. And I build the agreement based on this. So I'm gonna have a 21-day inspection period. We're gonna close on the 22nd of May. Because he needs to be out. And I'm like, when I get keys and verify that you're out of the house and everything's good, you'll get your money. And if you don't move out, then it's gonna cost, I'm gonna subtract it from the money that I was gonna give you until you're actually moved out. And that's fucking cool, but you need to fucking move out because I'm moving tenants in there immediately. Right. Yeah, right. So we enter that agreement, but the money's not due up front. And so during my inspection period, I go and I find a buyer. And so I marketed. Remember I was telling you that you're not running a real estate investing business, you're running a marketing business. I went on Craigslist. I can show you the post. I went on Craigslist and made 2 posts. And I was like, hey, I got a property in this place, payment $1,900. No banks, bad credit's okay. Be an owner financing. Bro, I had to turn the fucking notifications off because I got too many messages. Too many messages. Why? Because when you do the math, and I don't have it all up here, but I have it on the computer. When you do the math, if the seller was to sell this house at a 6% interest rate, or let's call it 5.5%, the payment would be more than $1,900. And depending on who was buying it, they would have to bring 20% of the loan balance to the table because they bought a conventional loan, right? If it's a VA, it's a little bit different. But these people don't qualify for VA loans because their income is not qualified the same way that others are, right? So if if he was to sell this house at 235 and somebody had to bring 20%, they would have to bring $47,000 as 20% of a 235 loan. I'm asking them to bring 36. So I'm already asking them to bring less than he would normally bring as a conventional buyer. Step one, I'm already attractive. The payment is about the same price that he would be paying if he bought it as a conventional buyer. In fact, I could make it even less. I could extend the loan term to 40 years because I control the terms of the loan. Whatever we agree upon, whatever payment he needs is what I could make it, and I would adjust the terms. Hey, you need a lower payment? Cool, I'm gonna have to raise the interest. You're looking at 9% interest. Why would they do it? Because the payment is what they care about. It's better than renting. This literal buyer, he's paying $2,200 every single month right now. He told me all this shit. I talked to him for like 40 minutes. Bullshitting with him, talking about him and his wife and what he does. He's a contractor. He's an electrician. I was like, bro, I need an electrician. When I sell you this house, you trying to come work for me? He's like, yeah, that would be fantastic. We could do some business. Help me find a house. I'm like, bro, I will find you a fucking house if you're gonna come do some electric work for me. And so here it is. This is what I found out. He is so happy to give me. He was so happy to give me $36,000, bro. I can't tell you how ecstatic he was. Overjoyed. His wife called me. He was like, she was like, I can't wait to meet you. Like, fuck, I'm gonna have to meet these people. I don't have to. I might though. They seem like nice people. So he brought 36,000. When the deal closes, 7,000 of that goes to my seller when he exits the property. 3,500 of that goes to closing costs. That's it. The rest of it is all mine. It's marketing fees, and I'll show you on my underwriting sheet. It's marketing fees, which go to me because I'm marketing, even though I do it on Craigslist and Facebook. One day I might like do Facebook ads and shit, but right now it's my money. Assignment fees, that's all me. I get $26,000 roughly. It's like 20, I think it's like 18 or 20,000. I get 20 grand on this deal. Zero money in. I get paid $800, $700 every month while the loan is existing with him. And when he sells his property one day, he will, or he won't. I hope he doesn't, because I'm getting good interest. One day I'm gonna get a payout of the remaining balance, and that's me. And the seller is out of the deal. It's not his property anymore. He sells it to me, and he sells it to me subject to, and then I seller finance it to an other buyer. And that's it. And that's what I'm doing right now.
How many have you done so far?
I have one under contract. I have 2 in negotiations, and I'm trying to get this fucking apartment complex. And literally, I learned this in the last 60 days.
So you ready? So you really want to do this shit,
bro? What the fuck? Hell yes. I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done with this bullshit.
I'm done with that. I've been done. I already told you.
They're like, why you leaving?
That man told me,
bro, this shit's fucking stupid.
When he told me you suspended for 3 days.
Like, no, you suspended.
Is the customer okay? You gonna hit me with that 3 days, mother?
Okay, you suspended for 3 days. Me 3 days? Bitch, you 3 days. Motherfucker.
Do you know the fuck you dealing with right now?
I'm gonna go buy your whole neighborhood, my boy.
You don't know who you dealing with, Mr. Bean.
Ain't no way.
Oh,
ain't no way,
man.
my boy. Ain't no way, my boy. So yeah, that's what I'm fucking with right now. But yeah, that's my shit. Oh, I gotta switch back to the thing. Hold up. Screen 2 and phone cam. There it is. Oh no, that's the wrong number. Bing bong. Oh, get the fuck out of there, my boy.
What are you doing?
Bro, my computer. I gotta buy a new computer. Literally, like, there's a bunch of shit I gotta do. Like, as soon as I close this deal, I'm buying a new computer. This shit is fucking pissing me off. I'm pretty sure it's my mouse, but I don't know, man. My computer a little bit old. She a little old. She been loyal. She my date. She one of my dates.
You still on what? Gen 4, Gen 5, or what?
Gen 5 what? Is it Pokemon?
Dude, it's the generations of the fucking computers.
No, I mean, it's not that old. It ain't that old. It's like a 2020. I guess it's like 3 years old. So it's a little old. But it ain't that old.
You
It's up
see,
to
I should
date.
have.
We just be doing hella work. So yeah, I mean, looking at this one, Raymond Fox, Wendy Parson. I don't fucking know these people. But that's okay. I'm just gonna call them. It's a B class property, low rise.
So how you want to attack this? How you want to attack this deal?
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Right, I'm gonna run some numbers. I'm looking at the rent rates. They got some 1-1s. They got 24 1-1s, and they got 36 2-2s. So here's what I'm gonna do right now. I have a tool. It's called Rentometer. I'll be in this hoe.
And you said you want me in on this with you.
Yeah, we're gonna do it together.
Okay.
I do all the work. You ain't gotta worry about it. I want you to.
No, I wanna be involved. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
only
I
right
gotta
to
figure
help.
out. I gotta figure out you have to fly out. That's what I need you to do. I need you to sign all the papers. Really. But I would love for you to come out here.
So you want to fly out? I'll fly out.
Yeah.
I
When
would
we do all the
definitely fly
signings
the
and
fuck
shit,
out. We'll scope it out.
if they entertain it, they're entertaining it, and we'll find out. Like I will let you know like tomorrow. I'll let you know if they're entertaining it, and if they are, then what I would do is I would submit an LOI, and like you will literally know this in real time because I'm gonna be like Jones, they're into it. And you
Oh, I mean, like, shut the fuck up.
I don't know what the rent rates are. What's the fucking rent rates? They don't say, and that's cool. So it tells me, man, that's a lot, bro. Bro,
Hey,
I want
Capers,
this.
hold on real quick. Hold on.
What's up?
She said something about her car just left her. Let me call her real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
The fuck is she talking about?
Boom, beam, boom, boom, beam.
Stephanie, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, boy.
Your car, it left you. How?
I'm gone. 28546.
Oh. Where you like where like are you safe? Are you on the high like off the road? What do you see around you? It just turned off on you. All right, now put the key in ignition and then don't try to start it, just turn it to just turn it. What does it do? Does lights and stuff come on? Does your dashboard light up and all that? Does your headlights and all that stuff work? All right, cool. So there's no electrical problem. That's good. All right. Did you hear a noise? No. Smoke coming out of the hood? You said it's not overheating. You just got the oil change, right? Oh shit. When? Like as you was driving? You said you saw as you was riding on the highway? Damn. Oh.
Hear her.
Okay. All right. Damn.
What happened?
I think her engine is seized.
Dang. She got
So she
water in the
said it
block
was
or
white.
what?
She said it was white smoke coming out the tailpipe, which means it's funny because we were just talking about this yesterday. So whenever there's white smoke coming out the tailpipe, that means that Her valve stem seals are done. So whenever that happens, that means that that's internal leakage inside the engine. And whenever you get internal leakage, you starve the engine.
Damn.
And so she's so even though she got her oil change, it doesn't show that it was leaking because it was on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
So the engine was eating the oil,
Damn.
which in
That sounds
turn, once it
terrible.
eats a certain amount,
and it gets
it,
viscous.
yeah, now it's metal on metal.
Yeah, that's fucked. How old is her car?
She drives a Chevy Cruze. I
Oh,
think it
not the
was a
cruise.
yeah, I think it was a 2012
Dang.
or 14. I can't remember.
She got insurance on that? Okay, I hope so,
I
man.
mean, I don't
God
know.
God dang. God dang, god dang. What's she doing now? You gotta go or what?
Well, she told me she was gonna call me back because her friend, like she's trying to get her friend to come pick her up.
Okay.
Boy, we just having a rough time of our lives, huh?
Man, that's all we gotta buy this 60 unit complex and then say fuck it. And pay for everything. So snapshot homework. There's 42 2 1s within this area around 28546. And so this particular property is right off the corner of, so like the base is over here. Where is it? Base is, you know, June. I'm fucking speaking the
How
code.
much?
You
How
know,
much is this purchase price?
I don't even know. It don't even matter though. That we can talk about that. I don't fucking care what the purchase price is. I don't care because I'm not paying it. I'm gonna give them what they need. I just need to know what they need to walk away. I don't care about the purchase price. I'll give them $100 million if I can pay them the way I need. And literally, it doesn't fucking matter. This is it.
So you're
If
going to
they are,
use your formula on this particular property.
yeah. Honestly, why not? Because really, there's no formula. Here's what I would do. Here's really what I would do. Honestly, just looking at it, I got two options. I can try to keep it, and if it cash flows, it'll pay for its own repairs. And if it doesn't cash flow for me right up front, then I would find an end buyer just like that one, and I would sell it to them. So let's say let's just assume for a second the purchase price is 10 million. Let's play ballpark games, right? I don't know what the fucking price is. It actually literally don't say it here. I don't like that. I should probably log in. I want to know. It don't fucking tell me anything, bro. I don't like this. But I mean, let's play the snapshot game, right? The two twos, there's 36 of them. They make 1,300, at least $1,300 a month, right? Okay, motherfucker. All right,
It's 60 units, right?
Yeah, but the two twos, there's two twos and there's 1 1s. So there's 1,300 clear. Okay, that's not.
So one bed, one bath, two bed, two baths.
Yeah, so there's 36 two twos and there's 24 1 1s. And so I'm gonna put the two twos at 13 and the 1 1s at 11.
Oh, that's all military right there.
Pretty
One
much. Yeah.
ones.
Well, you got Jacksonville's, you remember Jacksonville. Shit's weird, man.
Mhm.
Especially where it is, like it's like behind that Walmart and shit. So it's like high-end ghetto. 36 times 1,300. That's 46,800 times a month times 12. So that's 561,000 just on the two twos a month. And then the motherfucking 24 times, well, let's go 1,100. My calculator is being fucking a goddamn pansy right now. So 1,100 times 24 is 26,000 a month times 12. So 316 plus fuck, I lost the number. So it's like $700,000 operating income every month, every year. About $70,000 a month.
That's only if that's 100% participation from each tenant.
Zones Bones, can you hear me?
Yeah, and
I'm
I was
black.
like,
Okay.
you said 70K a month, right?
Yeah,
But
so
that's only that's now that's is that including every tenant 100% occupancy?
that's a very good point. That was the liberal side.
High
I would
end?
bet yeah, I was high end. I would bet like 70 if I want to get until I see the rent rolls.
Time out. She's calling me back. That's why, yeah, that's why I'm gonna see that rent roll shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna log in.
Hello?
I'm gonna see what they got.
Yeah, hello? So you in the car with Debbie now, huh? So I guess you got your hazard lights on there. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just trying to figure out. Can you explain to me, to the best of your knowledge, event by event, what happened? Because I'm trying to diagnose from afar. Whoa, go back. What'd you say? What you mean pulling? Like jerking? So you had an internal problem this whole entire time. So I already know what they're gonna do. Which is very simple. They're gonna do, I mean, if you take it to the shop, whatever, they're just gonna probably run the scans on it. And then they're gonna most likely do a compression test on each cylinder or a leak down test. Yeah, if you saw white smoke come out the tailpipe and it seized, that sound like, yeah, you blew your motor.
That's to see it through my gut.
We just got done talking about this yesterday. I didn't jinx you. I was just trying to give you knowledge. But I mean, but there should have been some indications. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, you can mess with it all day long now. I mean, it don't really matter no more. It's done. And you, okay, here we go. Pop the hood. You won't have to do it. Get a. Do you have a rag? Do you have like a rag? Use what you can use. So pop the hood. Use something thick, because I know you don't have any gloves. All right. What it sounds like, you may have a coolant leak. But what I need you to do is I need you to pop the radiator cap.
Carefully.
Whoa. Screw the radiator right now. You need to take baby steps. So there's an expansion tank where your coolant goes. Yeah, the little tank. You need to open that, but you need to be careful because the shit is hot. And then depends on how you open it, it can squirt out because it's built up with pressure. So you have to open it slowly and let it sizzle. Like let it do its and then once it comes down, then you can open it fully. So do you see it? Well, damn, how far did he push you over the road? All right. Yeah, let me show you. All right. So show me the car.
So, okay, I'm gonna show you.
Stephanie, you look so fucking sexy. Ooh.
So this is the station that I wanted to go to. This is a shopping center. I'm literally by the freeway.
Oh, damn.
And then you see? Good.
I see.
Yeah. So I have to open it.
Fuck them people. Get the hell out. Fuck them. Don't care.
I just had a bitch flip me off because I was like in the way.
Well, fuck them. I don't give a shit.
I
Fuck them.
back and I flipped her off back.
Life is life.
Bitch. No, I got mad because I'm like, bitch, I have my emergency lights on, and you're still gonna have the fucking audacity to fucking. I was ready to square up with the bitch. I'm not even kidding.
Stephanie,
you won't
come
hit her.
on, let's go.
You won't hit her? Hit her ass.
Stephanie.
Hit her ass, Steph. Hit her ass. Pop her right. Gang. Whole lot of gang shit, Steph.
Stephanie, this is crazy. Girl, get out of the car. Pop the hood. People ain't gonna mess with you.
I look like I don't know what I'm
Who?
doing.
It's all good. I got you. I got you. I got you. Pop the hood. Open the hood. See, when they see a girl doing this shit,
they gonna be like, somebody gonna come help.
let me see the car. Turn the camera around. Caper's like, what the hell going on?
Oh man, bro, let me tell you, I had this. It's funny, right? It's like the world. Because literally this morning, my wife's car didn't start at all.
All right.
I had to do the same thing with her this morning, bro.
Fucking females, bro.
Like, why are you pointing at your face? Show me the car.
I mean, you got a whole technician over here as a boyfriend. Like, I work on cars every day, bro.
She hit you with. You were like, show me the car. She was.
She knows she was just embarrassed to get the fuck out the car.
Like, bro, your car is fucked up. You need to just show it to me.
Nah, she was like, dude, the way where she at, like, she's literally like, you know, a four-way intersection coming off the exit. Yeah. She's literally at the red light off the exit, bro. Like, literally 2 feet away from a convenience store.
I love that.
I was like, nobody can't haul you to the fucking like parking lot.
Motherfuckers be awkward as shit. You know how they do.
But it is California, so.
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks. So she said she saw oil. Oil where? That's what I need to see. I need her to show it to me.
She hit you with the. You want to see it? Here. Turn the camera.
Well, she hit me with the, hey, she was about to show me. Oh, Debbie's calling her friend, her other friend.
Debbie don't know what the fuck she doing.
The person that's supposed to come pick her up. Yeah. So
text, drop her a pin. So on LoopNet, when you log in, do you need to go? You gotta go pick her up or what? She good? What do you want?
Oh no, she's in California right now.
Oh shit, bro.
I'm in Washington.
Very unlikely you're gonna go get her ass. So never mind.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Probably not. All right, so here we go. So property taxes. Now we're looking at that good shit. So the total assessment is 4.816. That's usually a half value. Let's go check this hoe in motherfucking my boy right here. Here we go. You ready? So it looks like they bought it cash. So there's no loan on this property.
Did I just say 38 tenants?
Where do you see that?
I swear I just saw 38. It looked like it said tenants. But whatever, you keep going.
Maybe. It's probably, you're probably right. Probably say it. Number of buildings, 60.
Dude, that is below fucking. That's a bad rate.
What's that? What's a bad rate?
If it's 38 tenants currently occupying, that is not good.
I mean,
they are losing money.
Let's go take a snapshot. Let's go take a look at Lou. You know, I like to take my dude out here. Let's go check it out, my boy. Let's go check the neighborhood. All right, we got a bank out in this hole. Where's it at? I'm lost. I don't know where I'm at.
It looks nice and clean.
Yeah, this actually ain't bad at all. I literally will buy this bitch today. I want to buy this. Valencia, what's the fucking thing? 19 Valencia. There's something left.
It's for sale right now, huh?
I think. Yeah, it's on LoopNet. It might be old, but
This man, that's the one I was looking at. This
what's the
man
one?
took my
You
shit.
didn't tell me. Now we're gonna do it together. I can't believe you didn't tell me. I'm offended.
I do. I'm still trying to wait on the shit. Like,
We don't what? Fuck that. Fuck all that. Fuck all that shit. This is right here. Thanks.
oh, there it is. You found? Is that it?
No, I think that's it.
Yeah.
I think it's on the left. Take it back now, y'all. Yeah, this is it over here.
Oh, force appreciation. I already see what the fuck needs to happen to it.
What you think?
You see that bike? Stolen.
Bike?
Easy.
Goodbye.
Putting up a fence. Gated community. Let's get it.
Yeah. Put up a fence. I bang with that. Put up a fence. What else? What else you see? They got little balconies and shit. This don't look bad.
Does it have a security system?
Absolutely not. I don't know. We're gonna ask these questions. What do I gotta ask?
Does it have a dog park?
Absolutely not. No dog park. This a number? Oh,
boy. Oh my god.
We gotta put some vending machines in this hole.
Vending machines.
I gotta check it for green space. Let me check the satellite view. Where that motherfucking satellite view at? How you do that? I forgot. Motherfucking layers.
Now, what we can do, like I said before, you make the call. That's why I said a game plan. Like,
what's game plan? We doing it right now. I'm calling these motherfuckers.
Yeah, I mean, like we put together a property package for them. Is what I'm saying.
What goes in the property package from your perspective? I like the idea. I just don't want to. I don't want to even. I mean, let's continue.
What goes in the property package is basically, obviously, the breakdown of the deal structure.
Okay.
And
so it's like a LOI.
Basically the with them too. What's in it for them?
Yeah, it's like a LOI, a letter of intent.
Yeah, but it shows, it paints them the picture of who we are, what we're going to be doing over a course of the whole time.
I like that.
And so what they get out of it.
I think that makes sense. So here's what I'm thinking. Here's I think that we can do that, but here's my approach.
Okay.
I want to check one thing. Give me like 40 seconds. Probably twice as high. So it's probably like 10 mil. I was right. It's probably about 10 mil. Maybe not. Probably 10 mil.
Caber's ready to fire that fucking gun off the bat.
Yeah, so here's what I've learned very in this very short period of time for creative finance, right? So one, I love the idea of buying it from them. It was last updated for 19. It went for sale January of 2023. So this is good information. So login in the loop is good. So
that's not bad.
For like three months. Not that bad.
And we also got to do backgrounds too. Like we have to figure out why they want to sell it.
Yep.
What issues do they have?
Yep.
Because it could be that fucking galvanized fucking pipe.
Yeah. Well, it was made in fucking when was it built? 2009. So probably not galvanized pipe.
Well, I'm just throwing that out there, like just in case. Like,
yeah, I would definitely do the thing. I just want you to know that I'm not fucking playing. Like, I'm gonna call these.
I'm not playing either.
We're gonna call these motherfuckers. I'll probably bring on one more partner. I got a sub 2 student that deals in multifamily, and so I'm gonna see if he might be want to try to get on this. And so I think that you guys would vibe. He would have the knowledge that both of us have with a little bit more experience. But yeah, I'm thinking.
So the breakdown of the numbers, how is it gonna be broken down as far as who gets paid and how this split down? How we doing it?
It just depends, right? I mean, I want you to make money. I want to make money.
That's it.
I would say so. My thing is, I'll probably say I would give him a percentage of the deal. So I would call it 40-40-20, maybe 40-40-20, maybe 50 you, 40 me, and I give him 10% of mine. I don't really fucking care. Yeah. It just depends on what the rest of the numbers look like.
I think we can do it. I think we can do it.
Yeah, it's not that far. It's not that far away. I might drive through there tomorrow. I gotta go. Do I gotta go that way? No, I'm going the other direction. Fuck. I gotta pick up my records tomorrow, so I might slide by there. I'm gonna do a drive.
There's no rush.
I'm hella rushing, bro. So here's the thing. As soon as these motherfuckers go live, bro, it's crazy. I'm scared that it might not be on the market anymore. And that was one of the things that I thought about LoopNet. I remember reading somewhere that LoopNet is like low-key out of date sometimes. And so there'd be shit that
I looked at this property, what, 3 weeks ago. Still
3
there.
weeks ago. And you ain't say a single word of fucking awesome.
Bro, I mean, I hadn't even went to class yet.
Damn, you were like,
hold on, Caper. She calling me back. She gonna show me this fucking engine.
Go ahead. I'm just running some numbers. Don't mind me.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Look it. See, my car's done. You see that?
Pull it back. Pull the camera back.
Back it up.
Like, step away a little bit more. I need to see the whole engine base. Step away a little bit more. All right, right there. All right. Stephanie, turn off the hazards for a second, if you can, in the car. Just turn it. Just go.
They're like honking at me, and it's pissing me off.
All right, whatever. All right.
You see that? It's like wet. Like, look.
Pop the cap.
Huh?
Open the cap.
It's not gonna squirt on me?
No.
Promise?
It's not.
It's hot.
Pop the cap.
I can't.
Lefty loosey, righty tighty. Jesus Christ, Stephanie.
I can't do it. It's hard.
It's not hard. You're just scared to open it up.
No, it moves a little bit and I can't get it off.
All right, what I need you to do is try to look under the car real quick. Just look under the car. Look under the car.
Hold on.
Do you see an oil spill? Some kind of leakage?
Yes.
How much?
Hold on.
Tell her to point the camera.
I can't tell, but there is a leakage. I see it.
Where'd you get your oil changed?
Babylon?
If I'm thinking what I'm thinking, this motherfucker probably didn't screw your drain plug in tight. And really? You've been leaking oil this whole time. And when you ran out of oil, that's when your engine seized.
I would have put the fucking phone under.
I mean, that's a possibility. But if I see oil, if I'm seeing oil
under
at the filler cap, that means it was backfilling itself. If you see oil on the ground, that means like major oil spill, which means your drain plug, either he didn't put it on tight or he over torqued it.
He probably fucking gave that bitch a ugga dugga, and you don't need to fucking, that's hand tighten. Can she put the phone under?
The only way you can find out is you have to take it in, and they're gonna have to diagnose it to see exactly what happened, and then you can just backtrace from there. But if I was there, I would be able to tell, but obviously you're not showing me everything. But from what I just saw, I really do need you to check your coolant though, because if you went low on coolant, obviously the engine's gonna overheat, and then when it overheats, things start to boil.
Yeah, but then that would have meant that the car is overheating, and my car wasn't overheating.
Well, it's either But I mean, that's why I want you to check the coolant. If you have coolant, then you good. Then we can eliminate that part. But now with the engine, because now you have oil around your filler cap, which is fucking weird because your filler cap is literally on top of the engine.
Yeah.
So it's either, and you said you couldn't open it, so we know it's closed. So how else would there be oil getting on top of through it? That means it was backfilling, creating so much pressure because it was losing oil.
For some reason.
This meeting is being recorded.
All right, it's live again. I bet. So, all right, good. So, looking at the information I have in here, what I'm betting is, so here's the information. So it says the average unit size is 9 to 43 square feet. So that's halfway between this, and the other one. The average rent between the two is 1,076. So that means that there's some that are lower and some that are above that. And so that means, well, like I really, as I understand it, this would mean that there's probably some that are at $900 and there's some that are $1,200. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
100. The numbers are skewed, and in fact, what's really interesting is that there's more 2.2s, and so this is actually weighted on the upper side. There's more 2.2s than 1.1s. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and so I mean,
they're anticipating roommates.
Yeah, probably. But even then, like, it don't even matter what the usage is, because whether they have roommates or not, the fucking, even if they don't have roommates, the rent doesn't change, right? Like,
yeah.
It's
It's
rent
just
for the unit. So they got some that are at like 920-ish, 930-ish, and then they got some that are at like 1150, right? And so that's not crazy. I mean, literally 24 times. Let me put my scientific hat on. Okay, 24 times 925. That's $22,000 a month. 24 times 925. 22,000 plus 1150 times 36. 41. So it's about
that boy Taylor's a
63,000.
mathematician.
That's 63,000. If it's at 100%, I'm gonna give him 80. I'm betting 80. We're gonna fucking find out. So that's 50,000 a month with a 20% vacancy rate.
Damn, you lowballing them motherfuckers.
Bro, I don't fucking trust these hoes. Oh God.
That's why we need the rent roll up, bro.
Let me see the fucking rolls, dog. Let me see the fucking rolls. Ain't no fucking way.
You'll be surprised. They're probably doing good.
Yeah, let them prove it. Prove it.
With military and the rent being like that. Nah, imagine man. when you got motherfuckers from Cali coming to fucking North, man, they appreciate that shit.
Here's the thing though, right? Here's my problem. They got 1.1s. This don't make no sense to me. Because it's Jacksonville, bro. The fucking BAH bottom line is 1,300. Why? I guess it's not all military, so that's a fair point. But the BAH bottom, no dependents, bottom line BAH is 1,300. I can't really imagine or really understand how the 1.1s and the 2.2s are less than $1,200. Maybe I don't know the market. They're betting 93%, right? Like they're betting 93. They're specifically advertising a 93% occupancy rate. I don't fucking trust it.
That's why I said, like, we're gonna have to go in, see this rent roll up, and find out.
Yeah. So here's my play. I'm assuming, so if it makes an operating income of $59,000 a month in with there, I'm not seeing any vending machines. I'm not seeing laundry. Like there's no laundry on site. There's nothing else, right? So 59. And so what would I do? Let's call it times 25. Well, actually, no. Let me do that. Times 12. So $59,000 a month.
You're going to increase. So think about it this way. Everything that we add
would increase exponentially. Yeah, I'm tracking. That
Well,
makes perfect sense.
obviously that, but it would increase in the magic number, the increase by for each tenant.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna I would say range between $20 to $100.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That makes complete sense to me, right? And
But
I don't think that's not what I'm challenging right now. What I'm challenging is I'm looking at what the approximate price is, because on this marketing, they're not giving me a price, and so what I'm doing is I'm ballparking so I can work around on the creative side, because that's
right,
the way that I'm gonna try to do this. So if it's a 93% occupancy rate, it would be like 60 grand a month. At 93%, it's 59 grand a month income. Times 12 is $709,000 a year coming in. And then if I multiply that by 10, factor of 10, then we're talking about 7.1 mil, right? And so that's the planning point that I'm going to base it off of, which is pretty not that far off from what I'm actually anticipating. Because the assessed value is like 4.9, and so usually the assessed value is almost like exactly half of the approximate value. And so I'm gonna bank it at 7.1 mil. 7.1 mil, right? And so here's the play. It's cash, so there's no loan balance right now, right? This is the way that I'm gonna attack it. There's no loan balance right now. If we were to buy it outright, they would get proceeds of 6.5 mil, but I don't want to fucking do that, bro. The fucking costs. I need a fucking debt calculator. Bank rate, baby. What's fucking 653200. 653200. Oh, fuck that up. 53200 over probably be a 40-year loan. I'll have to get a different calculator. So at 30 years, which I'm betting this is not going to be 30 years, it's 36 grand a month at a 5.27. It's not going to be a 5.27. I'm betting a 6.5. 41,000. So 41,287. 41,287. 41,287. Principal interest 41,287. Oh, fucking taxes. Taxes, my boy. What do you do? Taxes. What was 2022 taxes? Taxes. It was just in here. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I'm just gonna have to look it up. It's not that big a deal. It's right here. Taxes. They paid 60,441 in taxes. 60,441 divided by 12. $5,036 a month. That's gonna increase. $5,036 a month. Is it point something? Is it like a penny? I'm gonna give it 37 because I got trust issues. Round up, baby. Ooh, don't even know what I'm gonna put in insurance on that. I'm gonna call that 1,500. I don't fucking know. It's probably gonna be a lot more than that, honestly. Probably a lot more than that. HOA, probably no HOA on this, as I'm aware. We'll call it 30 years on the loan. Interest rate, what did I say? I said a 6.5. A 6.5, yeah, I put a 6.5 in there. 6.5, baby. And let's call it a conventional. Actually, probably not gonna be a conventional, probably DSC. DSCR. No balloon. I don't want that shit. Okay. So just looking at this as a snapshot, the rent rate, what did we say it was gonna be like fucking where you at though? 59,148. 59,148. Is that correct? 59,148. That for the year. Yes.
She had a. Looks like there's a crack in the engine.
Wow. That fucking ride tried to escape. Piston was going for it.
Don't know how that happened, but damn.
They say it don't be like that, but it do.
But them engines are fucking cheap. It's probably like aluminum. Engines are trash, man.
So if it's fucking, let's say we went up $20 per unit, call it 50. Let's call it 20. Let's call it 20. $20 per unit. It's 60 units. 20 times.
We said, but what 20? We said what now? You increased it?
Yeah. So I'm putting in a $20 increase on every unit. So $20 times 60 units is freaking $1,200 times 12. That's for the year. Is $14,400. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck is up with this. So if I'm trying to reverse engineer what the new income would be. So I have to take that 14,400 and I add that to my motherfucking rent rate. 15,000 to my rent rate. 59 140. Oh nope, I gotta discount that because I gotta discount it at 2,400. 14,400 times 1,400 times 0.93 times 0.93. I don't believe it. Plus 59 148. So that'd be 72,000.
What was that? 59? Because I know that's for the year. Right?
So yeah, it's for the year. No, for the month.
Yeah. I remember. That's what you said. Yeah, you said how much? Yeah. That's like the NOI.
It's not the NOI. It's the gross operating income.
Okay.
Not accounting for expenses or anything like that. It's just straight total rent rate. So it's 93% of the total rent rate. And then what I did was I added $20 to every. I found out what $20 added to every unit would be, and then I took a 93% of occupancy on that, added it to the rent rate, which is 72,000. Added it to the previous rent, right? So if we added $20 to every.
Just know, keep this in your mind. Just know the cap rate need to be around 6 to 12%.
Why?
Hold on.
So 8.7. So
and I forget the fucking formula, but I know it's divided by something.
Yeah, the cap rate is the NOI over the purchase price.
Yeah, so what that percentage looking like?
But I don't have the expenses is the part that is explained. And that's what I'm calculating right now, because the way that it would be calculated is I would account for the loan, right? So right now there's no debt on the property. It was a cash purchase. So they got a fantastic cap rate. But if we were to take this over with a traditional loan, I'm evaluating it from a traditional purchase, because I could also bring in a lender that would do a DSCR on this if the numbers make sense. But I don't want to do that. I'm trying to buy it. I'm trying to evaluate it this way so then I can evaluate it as a creative perspective and then go into the conversation tomorrow and say, hey, check it out. Me and my buddy Zones Bones Jones Incorporated, we want to buy this fucking place. I already ran the numbers. Based on your numbers, this doesn't even make sense as a conventional deal. That's why you haven't fucking sold it. So sell it to me on Seller 5. Here's the thing, right? So the purchase price of it 7.1 mil, assuming I'm fucking betting 7.1 mil. 10% of that 7.1 mil is $710,000, right? And so if I can get all in $710,000, then we're good. What do they want? They probably gonna want. I mean, what's the agent's commission? Because that's what we're talking about. $710,000. This is literally how I do it. Yeah, I fucked that up. My bad.
Well,
the seller's agent. seller's agent is going to want 3%, right? So I got to take 213 off the top right there. So I got to put $213 in here because that's for commissions. 2%. So what's the fucking thing? So 7.1 million times commission. Seller's agent is going to cost me 3%, 3.5% plus the 2% for closing costs. It's actually so times 0.45. So 355 for closing costs. So closing costs 355. Oh, yeah. Marketing cost. I'm probably gonna spend maybe $1,000. I'm probably gonna have to do a little bit of marketing on this. Assignment fees. I want this bread. Cash to seller. How much they need? They're gonna want probably $250 to walk away. Maybe not. Maybe they're gonna want more than that. What are we at right now? 370. What the fuck? Oh, we at 375. Let's call it.
Is that all calculated as you go along with it?
Yeah. It does it as I go. Yep. So it's running up right now. Repairs. We're gonna have a bunch of repairs, but I don't even give a fuck about that right now. I'm just trying to get the math. I'm trying to get to 7.71. 7.1.
I love it. I love it.
Ooh-wee. Let's see.
Bro, you take this down? Shit, I won't need the fucking. I mean, I would still do it, but bro, we'll just fucking run it, dude. Like
for real.
We'll still still try their way.
Here's what I would do. Here's what I would do.
Still raise capital because we're not spending a fucking dime.
Yeah, I'm not. That's what I'm saying, man.
Nobody money. We using their money.
What I would do is I would finance it back to them, or do a hybrid. I'm bringing no money to the deal. The property's going to pay for it. I'm going to take it over. I'm going to improve it. We would take a lien against the property with their equity, and the property would pay for it. And the only reason they wouldn't do that is if they had better opportunities or they know that the property can't pay for it. And that's it. So what was I doing? I was doing fucking math. There's definitely gonna be some repairs done. So I'm gonna put a clean 100,000 in here. And that's gonna just be touching up the grounds, maybe the security system, some lights and shit. So 7.2, right? So here's what we're looking at right now. This is what we're looking at. Well, they need a payment. Each month. They're probably gonna need some money. So right now, here's what we're looking at, right? Assuming a $8.7 million ARV by raising the rent rates by $20, right? So with a purchase price of, assuming a purchase price of 7.1 mil, there's currently no loan balance. They would end up getting 6.5 mil cash. They don't have any loans, right? The principal payment on that loan, if we were to take this over, if we were to take over a loan at 7 mil or whatever the case is, this doesn't even make any sense because I'd have to.
I got a question.
What's up?
Or better yet, a thought.
Shoot.
So you said $20 increase, right?
On every unit.
Right. But what's the return? What's the rate of return that we're aiming for?
That's a good question.
That way we can backtrack to find the rent raise.
So
based on the value we add.
So if we were looking at the rate of return calculator,
let me take a picture real quick.
Good. Calculator order.
All right, now it's the time for a drink. Capers.
Sounds bounce.
Yeah, what happened?
What'd you do?
I'm still on the I'm on the camera.
I don't see you. I'm also on the camera.
What?
Yeah, that's weird. Let me drop it out. I'm gonna drop it. Come back. That's weird.
I've been like calling your name this whole time, like, Capers, you there?
Yeah, I'm over here fucking beatboxing and shit. I'm talking shit.
I thought you went and did something.
I was sitting here fucking looking at the shit. I gotta tell you why this is so good. Because we about to really buy this for like. You think I'm playing? You know why?
Why? What's up?
You know how and why?
Why?
Because they owe no money on the property. It doesn't cash flow as well if we were to take a loan out to buy it. So they're going to seller finance it to us. It's literally not worth it if they don't. That's why it hasn't sold. So they're either going to give us a cash discount to make it work, or my computer is tripping. They're either going to give us a cash discount at like half value, or they're going to finance it back to us. I'm super excited about this. I want it to be tomorrow right now. I want to call them right now.
What the fuck? This man here. I just want to know the rate of it. Like, what's the outcome?
The ROIs at the bottom, I calculated that already.
Capers, now I see your.
I got that built into the tool because
I see your face now. I see your picture.
It's like 40% ROI. You can see me?
I can't see you live, but I can see like the picture of you with the suit and tie on.
As long as I got my suit and tie, stand by.
Oh, something happening.
Uh-oh.
It just disappeared.
Uh-oh.
There you oh.
There he is, my boy. Hold up. Bing bong.
He's back. Capers, you doing some Capers, you knew what the fuck you was doing this whole time, you slick
motherfucker. What are you talking about, bro? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
Bro, you tripping.
Capers, how you just pop back on all of a sudden? How?
Bro, I hit the button.
He over here scheming like
You
Yo,
outrageous.
he's
I can't,
scheming. That's what
can't
he's
have nothing.
doing.
Can't have nothing in this fucking world. Can't have nothing.
Yeah.
Look out here. I'm just trying to drink my coffee.
You
All I
know,
gotta do is stay black
you
and
know,
brown.
you know what you was doing? You were doing
What'd I
that
do?
shit right back we was in Quantico when you had it on your little Batman suit running through the hallways.
That was one
We
time.
was fucking shut down because of motherfucking
That was one
barricading
time.
themselves in the fucking room.
Bro, that shit was wild. Motherfuckers out here causing crime. Goddamn tragedy. The tragedy, my boy. All right, peep game, peep game. About to put you on game. You
Dude,
ready for this?
what?
Hold up. It's on the
Okay,
bones.
let's do it. Let's do it.
We about to be joint partners on a 60-unit complex. So here's what the deal is. There is no lien. There is no lien on this property right now. It's paid for in cash. So
How do
when
you
the
find that
property,
out?
because I can see the loan values. So loan information. So let me. When you record a loan, when you record a
Mhm.
lien, that information is public record. So any property with any lien that is recorded as a note, which is the only enforceable,
Capers,
what?
real quick. But then you
What's up?
tell me you said,
What?
you said
What?
pain or gain. So this would be gain,
It
assuming.
could be either. We gotta find out. I'm betting that it's gain. And I'll tell you why. I'm betting that they want liquid cash, but they can't get liquid cash because it doesn't make sense for me. I'll show you. It doesn't make sense for me as an investor to show up with $7 million, assuming they want 7 mil, right? It doesn't make sense for me to show up with $7 million to make $8,000 net cash flow. It's an 18% return. It don't make any fucking sense. I mean, it's a good return, but I'm not giving you 17 mil at 18% for 18%. I don't like that. Especially
It's
this
not
doesn't even
17
account
mil, it's
for
71.
no. Why are you saying 71?
What you saying? 70? You said 17 mil?
I said 17 mil. 7.1. You're right. Thank you.
Like, huh?
Thank you. I said, yeah, we both fucked up because you
I
said
was like, what
71.
the fuck?
I said 17 mil. You said 71. We both fucked up. 7.1.
No, I was saying 71, like
Yeah.
71. I was like, well, you see 17.
So
Okay.
here's where the numbers don't make sense, right? But here's where the opportunity is. So right now, if we were to take on a loan and we were to say, hey, look, we're gonna put some cash down or whatever the case is. In this example, we're putting down 250,000. That's fucking crazy to me already because we're already over the threshold. And so
Why we put down 250?
I just put a ballpark number, it's an estimate. It could be less, right? In theory, let's say that we gave them 100,000 to walk away, right? The commissions would still have to, in theory, the commissions would still they still want to get the commissions paid, whatever the case is, or something, right? So on this $7.1 million deal,
They want
would make.
They want 30%.
Who wants 30%?
The fucking seller.
Where you see that at?
I don't know.
Are you just guessing? I wouldn't give them 30%. You know why? That's bad. That's worse than the bank. If they wanted 30%, I would literally walk away. Well, actually, maybe not. If they gave me 30, if I could get 30% and then they would finance the rest to me, 30% of a fucking $7 million property is what? Oh, bitch. It's okay, motherfucker. 7 mil.
That was actually 3%. Not 3. Here you go.
Yeah, it's all fucked up. So it's 2.1. No,
we
I'm not giving them
raised
2.1. I'm not giving them, but even then, so it wouldn't be bad. But here's the thing, it doesn't make sense. Why? I will do it. We'll do the math here, right? So this number down here, did I share this with you? It's shared with you, so you can open this if you want.
The only reason why I said 30 because I want you to exercise high and then go low.
No, I hear you. No, I hear you.
That's all I'm saying.
So here's the thing, though. I'm exercising. It is high. I'm doing the high to low, but I'm doing high to low in very specific areas.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm doing is I am being conservative on the rent rates, right? We estimated these on the lower side, right? I use their numbers, but I also still don't fucking trust them. And even then, it's not great, right? Right now, it's not looking great because I'm betting that just the fencing alone might creep up and eat most of this 100 grand in repairs. We're talking about each individual room, maybe putting it's 60 units. So if we put 10 grand in each unit, that's already 60 grand. Like, bro, this shit don't make no sense. I'm so curious. I can't wait to talk to them because they're gonna be fucking stressed out. They're gonna be like,
But that's
it's a
why I'm
big
saying,
what?
like, if we exercise high to prepare, like, to see if it works, because we can always lowball. We can always meet in the middle somewhere.
Well, it's not even so. I don't see it as lowballing, right?
Well,
It's
not
a
lowball,
matter.
but what I mean, like, we can always, like,
Yeah.
we can know, like, the average. Well, if a seller is selling, obviously they're trying to get something out of it.
Right. But here's the thing, right? Here's the balancing act because there's only two ways it can go. Three, I guess. We could pay cash for it, and that would be it. But we would owe somebody that money. So if we came in with 7.1 mil, like in your example, in the structure you're using, if we came in at 7.1 mil and we wanted to get 20% return at the end, right? Then we need to come out with 8.5, which is interestingly enough, if we were to raise the rates by $20 per, it's interesting because raising it by $20 per makes the ARV based on the NOI and all that shit about 8.7 million. And so it wouldn't even particularly be that difficult if we're going to use that calculation, right? And you know what I did was I took the monthly income at 93%, multiplied it by 12, and then multiplied that by 10, and it's like 8 point something. Right. So that's not even that crazy. But here's the issue. That's $8 million to do what? That's assuming 100,000. I don't think it's going to be 100,000, and that doesn't even account what that doesn't account for. So I'm gonna put. Oh no, there it is. That's the commissions. I need to put the commissions up here because 7.1 times 0.035, 248,000. So the commissions equals 0 plus 244,000. And the per share closing costs can be about 2%. So 742,000. So when I look at this, we're at 23% and we're at 587,000 in all in. And so this is assuming $100,000. What's interesting here is we haven't even accounted for how much we want to make on this. How much you want to make on this, Jones? You want to make $50,000? Zones?
I'm listening. I'm trying to.
Okay. I'm gonna put it 50-50, 50,000, 50,000. So that's $100,000 all in. That's 50 for you, 50 for me, right? In this context, right? And that still leaves us. So we're at 6.87 out of 7.1. So that gives us about 30 extra thousand. So let's call it 130,000 in repairs.
So is that acquisition of 344?
This is assignment fees, which would be 100,000.
Oh, that's
for
assignment
for me. And then commissions for the agent. Because here's the thing. No agent, I promise you this, no agent is working for free. There's an agent in this deal and they want their money. And they're probably selling at 3.5%. So I account for 3.5% here. Their 3.5% is 244,000. Now I want to cut that down as much as possible. And the reason that I'm going to try to talk them down is because the property hasn't sold in 60, 90 days. And now it's multifamily. So it's possible that it could take a while. But if there was interest, and they're always going to say there's interest, but I don't give a fuck. Show me the fucking math, my boy. Show me the fucking math. And so what money would they want? It's not cash to seller, actually. This is zero. I'm gonna call it 100,000 down payment, right? And then how much would they want each month? So here's why it doesn't work. The payment at this rate, right? If the loan balance was, if we took out a loan for whatever the delta is on this deal, right? Because let's say we came in with 20% or fucking 10% or whatever the fuck. fuck? Oh yeah, it's a new month. Gotta pay that shit. It's automatic. So got you. 710. Okay, motherfucker. 710. So in theory, we would. I'm gonna make a duplicate of this because this is important, and I usually have a copy of this one, right? So sheet one. This is traditional. No one's going to come in here with a traditional loan because what they would end up doing is they would buy a $7.1 million property and then they would put 20% down. And so they would do 7 million minus 1.42, 71 minus 1.42. So they would have a loan balance of 560,680, right? This doesn't make any sense. Yep. And then what does bank rate say? So 5,680,000. The loan amount would be this at a 6.5% interest rate. It would be 35 grand a month. 35 grand a month. What did I say? 35,901. 35,901. What I'm calculating here is if this is what makes the difference. I can figure out how much it would cost if somebody were to buy it other ways. And that gives me my negotiating power because I'll say, the one, they're probably not getting a 6.5. Honestly, they're going to get something much higher, really, really higher. They're not buying it with a traditional investment. They're not buying it with a traditional purchase. They're probably going to be even higher. So this is me being like super liberal, right? And I want to be liberal on this, assuming that they get the best rate possible. It's very unlikely that for this complex they're gonna get that rate. I don't know though. Maybe they will. I'm betting that they fucking won't. But that's neither here nor there. So they're gonna bring 20% to the table, and they're gonna get a loan. They're gonna end up carrying a loan balance of 5.6 mil, right? And that 5.6 mil is gonna cost 35 grand a month plus taxes and insurance, which whatever that is, it's probably going to be more than that, but it's only a little bit different. There's no HOA. The ARV on this one, we're looking at a rental rate of 59, blah, blah. So this is traditional. And so the way that this would break out is we would bring in 130,000 for repairs. The seller would get a down payment of $100 a month. And this is actually what would they need? Right? Because right now there's no monthly cost for them. So in this context, they make a gross cash flow of 16 grand. And then the net cash flow, this is actually not correct. Because this is going to be equal to the rent rate. This is going to be equal to this number times point. It's going to be equal to, okay, it's going to be equal to this number minus this number times 0.28. %, minus
Does that say loan servicing?
Yeah, so when I do a wrap, I have a company that handles all the payment. It's $30. Because I don't want to deal with any of that shit at all. And so here's what doesn't make any sense. And this is where it starts to get fucking sketchy, right?
I think it gets sketchy at the interest rate. So I think the biggest ones is the interest rate, the rent raise, the fucking down payment
Wait, say it again.
and the
So you said
capital,
the interest. You said the interest rate. The what else?
the interest rate,
Yep.
the capital that needs to be raised, the down payment, and the rent raise. I
I think
think
you're right.
those four right there.
I think the rent rate is probably the closest thing that is going to be in there. But here's what I'm looking at, right? If you account for capex and all those other things out of the rent rate, if we account for those, there's really no cash flow in this deal. And that's why they're trying to get out as I'm looking at it. Because they're giving up 25% of this for all those expenses, right?
So that's 1,800 a month.
And that's what I'm trying to verify here, right? Because and the reason that it's so low though is because I'm accounting for all the other repairs that have to be done every single month. It has to it all not done. It has to be accounted for. The capex, all those things, the roofing and all that shit. If it's not accounted for, this is not gonna fucking work. And this is the position that the seller is in. If somebody tries to buy this deal traditionally, what I accounted for right here, you can look at the formula. I did B18, right? I did the rental rate minus 25% of B18, right? Which is going to give me my vacancy, my capex, my repairs, and all that shit in there, plus the other costs, and the total monthly payments here is all of these, right? So I need to account for the principal, the mortgage payment, the new loan payment, plus taxes, plus insurance. There's no HOA. There's no balloon payment, plus the cost every single month. And so here's the deal, right? And I'm curious as to what they're going to say. They're probably going to be like, "Oh, we don't account for these things," or they're accounting for smaller concession costs, right? But like, if you go back to their marketing for this fucking property, if I understand what they're saying concessions are projected to be close to zero through 2026. As I understand concessions, that's like giving money to the sellers, to tenants, but it doesn't talk about anything else, right? So yeah, you could increase below market rents. It says 165 per unit. I don't fucking bet on that. I'm curious as to what the fuck they think they're talking about. That's 99. I think there's a lot of rents that are much, much lower. I'm so confused by this, and I want to know. This to me, this is what this tells me. This tells me this is undermanaged, under rented, maybe higher vacancy. Maybe their rent rate, maybe their vacancy is good because they have
It's so low.
shitty low rents. That's not a deal that I want to do. I want to raise the rents, right? So we would do that over time, and that could be super lucrative. I want to know how low the rents are. They're betting a 16%. They're saying the annual rental revenue is $728,000, which is all coincidentally what I fucking calculated, give or take. Yeah. If I did 59 and 48 times 12, so it's even lower. It's actually, so that's interesting. I don't even fucking understand how they're accounting for that, because that doesn't make any goddamn sense. That's fucking fluffed, right? 200. Let's fucking run it. That's 728,040. Very specific number. That's interesting. Divided by 12, that means 60,670 is what they're saying their monthly rent rate is. And so I'll use their numbers, 60,670, right? I'm gonna use their numbers, 60,670. At snapshot, here's the interesting thing on this one. As a snapshot, if this was a deal that we did, this would be a 30% ROI. It's still not a crazy deal. It's still not a bad deal. I don't like it because it only generates net cash flow $3,000. Now, here's what is also interesting and valuable, right? Because this is the other part of it. which isn't really the most important piece, but if we were to buy this deal, because it would pay for itself, right? Here's something that we would get also. We would get the depreciation.
The carve out.
No. It would offset our taxes by that amount every year.
$258,181.
Yeah, I don't make enough money to actually have that. I would just pay no taxes every year for the next 30 years. For a while anyway, right? Which is fantastic. That depreciation would be a killer. But so as I'm looking at it as a snapshot, the ROI on this deal with 130,000, this just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know I think that number is low. I think the repairs number is low. This is accounting for, what does that end up being? 130 divided by 60. That don't make any sense. Oh, that's all fucked up. That doesn't make any sense. Am I tripping? What the fuck? So this is all fucked up and it ain't gonna work. And this is why. This is why I feel pretty confident that we could get them to seller finance it. Because how much will each unit need to be improved? Probably somewhere between $5,000 to $10,000, I'm betting. And so if we say on the low side, $5,000, I don't know. This is my ballpark. I don't fucking know. But even if it was $5,000 per unit, that's $300,000 in repairs alone.
I think the number's gonna be much higher too, based off of the things that we want to add to it.
Yeah, and so we haven't even begun the conversation of the other way that I would attack this, right? And then we've already passed the 10% threshold for the purchase price. And so it is still from an ROI perspective, it is still a good deal. Like, I'll have investors who are like, oh yeah, I'll buy anything over fucking 12%. So this is not a crazy deal because of the numbers, but I don't like it because there's so many unknowns. But I like the idea. And the reason I like the idea is because I'm seeing some opportunity for the seller to make their case, right? I'm seeing some opportunity for the seller to make their case because they're having such a good ROI. So in theory, if I were to come with that money and put that 20% down and all that other shit, then it could work. I don't want to do that.
So
actually,
you still
no.
make that phone call?
No. Never mind. No. You know what it is? Here's where it is. This is where it gets fucked up. You ready? Now it's not. It's a 9% deal. That's where the money was missing, because the down payment on the traditional route the down payment of 20%, which is what that would be there, would fuck the deal. It would be less than 10%. And so that's barely beating inflation. I would not do this deal the traditional route. And that's assuming $5,000 per unit to get them all up to good condition. That doesn't account for anything else. Then it means that the seller's getting his 1.4 mil down. Closing costs, we're talking about 2% of the purchase price. Assignment and commissions, the agent's getting 3.5%. Marketing, the assignment fees, we're talking about putting our $100,000 in this $7 million deal, and it becomes a 10% deal. Hell, if we only talked about taking, let's say we did 25 each and it was 50, it doesn't change it that much. It's still less than 12%. Would somebody take this? Maybe, but honestly, I don't think the juice would be worth the squeeze traditionally. And that works in our favor because the conversation that we would have is, hey, I ran the numbers that you gave. I used the 60%. I used $60,000. I used all these different things that you, well, they would seller finance. Oh no, it wouldn't be a seller finance, it would be, but it doesn't fucking change it that much, right? If we weren't marketing, well, I would put marketing in there. I would account for that. Even if I take it out, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change it enough. It doesn't even break 12%. What is this? What is this? Equal. Oh, yeah, even better. It's less than 10%. I mean, it's less than 11%. Right. In the traditional perspective, this is not a great deal using their rates. And I think that their rates are inflated. Right. This $60,000. Did I 60,670 times 0.93? Yeah, I think that their numbers in that case included 100% occupancy. I don't think that's correct, right? And so this is the reason why I did the numbers this way, because I would go in and be like, hey, here's the assumptions that I'm making, and this is a 10% deal, right? And so when I talk about the cap rate, it's the cap rate. Cap rate is equal to the NOI, right? So NOI times 12 divided by the purchase price. It's a 10 cap. What were you looking for?
So in my underwriting, it has sellers, income and expenses, and then our income and expenses. And then, so basically under theirs is basically gross potential rent, loss to lease, physical vacancy, concessions, house, bad debt, no revenue units, models, office, whatever, utility reimbursement from 5-year projection, and then other income.
This is gonna be good. Oh, this is good.
And then expenses, their taxes, the payroll, the repair and maintenance, insurance, utilities, management, because you got to pay management.
We didn't even account for any of those expenses. So this,
exactly.
So here, and so even better, right? Now follow me. We haven't accounted for any of those things, most. And we're already at a 10% ROI.
Yeah.
So why are they selling? It's pain. They are not making any money. They're not making any money. It's probably, you know who's managing this? It's owner managed. Their fucking family is struggling to manage this. Probably managed poorly. Because well, let me back this up. That's if we were to take on a bunch of debt to do it. Especially if that debt had this rate. It doesn't make, nobody's gonna buy this home at that number, right? And so now let's get weird, right? So let's say that instead of doing that, I'm gonna have there's no loan balance, right? There's no loan balance, and so they've got a.
So they actually paid. So it's paid off.
They bought it cash. They bought it cash back in fucking when it was $500,000.
So my question is, how would they be struggling if they don't have to pay a loan?
So that's not what the pain is for them. The pain is that nobody can buy it from them because that person would be struggling. They're in a good spot, but they want to cash out. So for them, it's a gain because they want to get out of the deal and they want to get their cash to go do whatever the fuck they want to do. That's what I'm betting. I'm betting this is a gain case. And so the conversation here is this, that they can't sell it to anybody traditional because their numbers are going to look like trash. I would not touch this deal to buy it traditional because if I had the money, I wouldn't put my money in this. It doesn't make any sense as a traditional deal, or it doesn't make good sense. It doesn't make any good sense. Like, hey, I'm gonna ask them tomorrow, who do you expect is gonna buy this? And they're gonna say, oh, some investor who's willing to bring. I'm like, how much do you think he's gonna bring? If I call it $5,000 per unit, that's 300,000. Your commissions alone is 244. Even if we took out, let's say that we wanted to keep it, and we took out that 50 grand and we were like, yeah, we're gonna get paid on the backside, right? Like let's be fucking for real right now. Take that 50 grand out entirely. It's still 10.39. Let's put the money back in up here in repairs. It's even worse. It doesn't get better, right? You can't get around the closing costs. You can't get around the commission. Well, you could. You can't get around the repairs. There's going to be repairs that have to be done for value add. Forced equity, literally they're talking about it, right? And you can't just add the rent. You can't just increase rents. You could. It's going to fucking probably bomb everything. I wouldn't do it that way. And so the way that I would approach this is I would do, I don't want a loan. I don't want a loan. I'm going to try to do it hybrid. So sell equity, they got 7.1 mil, no loan balance, no fucking principal. Taxes remain the same. Insurance is probably going to be a lot more than that. And years left on the loan, interest rate, that shit don't matter. Loan type. So none of that. Repairs, leave it at 300. Did I put it at 350? Hell, we'll make it to 350 because I want to put the money into the deal. Cash to seller. I'm going to make a down payment. So let's call it.
Hold on. I swear I went on. Ooh, swirling with the money. Good old cake. Swirling with the money.
What you got? You got fruit snacks? Where's mine?
Man, I got the loop sling and all kinds of shit.
Damn, my boy got the loopy loop sling.
Business deals.
All right. That's still a little high. I need to get that down. I'm not giving them up. We didn't even talk about how much you can get paid for.
So what you doing hybrid right now?
Yeah, I'm doing a hybrid right now. So assuming a $7.1 million purchase price, and we're gonna get him to seller finance it to us, how much will he need? I'm gonna try to give him. I'm gonna get it even less. I want to give him nothing, bro. I want to give him like 30 grand. He's gonna be like, what the fuck? I'm betting it's gonna be more than that. I'm gonna bet 100. Right? I'm trying to get this total out-of-pocket cost under 10%. If I can get this under 10%, we could be good. And just look at the ROI though, right? Look at the cash return. We're already at 73%. And the net cash flow on this one would be 38 grand. And
God damn, that shit shot up there real fucking quick.
Well, yeah, because this is what they're making right now. It's all paid off, right? And so how much do they want a month? Right now, their rent rate is whatever. Their gross cash flow is 54 grand, but I'm not going to give them 54 grand. Let's say that, hey, you're going to seller finance this to us. We're going to pay you the 20, let's call it half, less than half. We give them 45% of what they were previously getting, right? Now they're not doing the work. So why should they get all the fucking money? 54, 133 times 0.45. So 24, call it 24,400. 24,400. We're still netting 10 grand for 15 grand a month, right?
We still netting that?
Yeah, it's right there. Right there.
Oh shit. How we just split that?
I mean, if it was just us, we would do it 50-50. If we brought in a lender, we would pay the lender out of that and still do 50-50, right? I mean, we'll look at the number here in a second. We need to get this number down, though. We need to get this total out-of-pocket cost down.
50-50, Capers. 50-50, straight down the middle. Fuck it.
Let me see.
50-50 of the closing costs, 50-50 of the cash flow. 50-50
well, the closing costs paid by the lender. We bring a lender in and they pay all that shit. And then the cash flow is the secret, because the cash flow, I don't give a fuck how much it costs. Nothing else matters as long as we can borrow the money and the asset pays for the money that we borrow. That's it. I think that my concern here is that there are a hell of a lot of repairs that we would have to try to do. So they're gonna get, if they're gonna get, so here's the way that I would probably shake it out. If they're gonna get $100,000, I want their payment to be much less.
God damn.
This is where the magic is, right? I would just talk to them about it. Like, hey, what's going on with this? Right? Like, I'm looking at the numbers from a traditional perspective, and it does not make sense. It's like a 10% return. It's like a fucking 10 cat. That's not great. It's risky. It doesn't make sense to do it that way. What do you know that I don't? And they're gonna be like, oh well, you can increase the rents. I'm like, what is it now? It's cash flowing? Great. Why are you getting rid of it? Oh, you want to liquidate? Bet. Who's buying it? Nobody. Nobody's fucking buying that shit.
Cap rate. Ooh. It's not that bad though. The cap rate is between 6 and 12.
So the value here, yeah. So yes, except that as you creep higher toward the cap rate, you're looking at having the higher the cap rate, the more risky the investment, because
obviously, yeah.
Right. And so it's more risky because I'm putting more money down, or it's less valuable of an asset. And so I think that the goal is to try to get it to trend toward the lower side, right? If we're looking at some of those things. So from a purchase perspective, it's low ROI the whole fucking time. And the cap rate is high. Like, there's better vehicles that I would put my money into, transparently. I just wouldn't. I don't have this money, but I would be like, I don't have any investors who are looking for a 10% return. They're looking for 12 and up. I wouldn't give, if somebody had $8 million, I wouldn't have them park it.
That's what I said. I think it's like at 13. It's the lowest.
Yeah. I wouldn't fucking do it, man.
And that's probably a desperate fucking investor.
Yeah.
That goes out to fucking goddamn Vegas and gambles.
Or maybe they know what they're doing and they're just like, look, that's the lowest that I'm willing to do is my fuck around money, right? There's some new investors, but that might be looking for that, but they probably don't have the capital for that shit, right? Unless they're just trying to learn, right? Yeah, I think the hard part here is I don't want to take away from the repairs. I won't do that. The fucking market and referral costs, like, I don't even care about that. That's negligible. The closing cost is at 2%. That's just what it's at. It's just 2% closing cost. It just is. And then fucking commission. Oh, wait. I said commission was at 2 point. Oh fuck! I didn't write the thing down. Motherfucking 7.1 times 0.035. Yeah, 0.03524. It's even worse. So 248,500. 248,500. The commission is at 3.5. Yeah, that's fucking rough. Now, the only redeeming quality here's the thing. It has higher than 10%. However, it's a 60% ROI. And so when I check the cap, give me that cap. Control C, Control V. And in this example, it actually doesn't change because
it's gonna be down to 7.3%.
And so instead of B1, it wouldn't be B1. It's, hold on, I gotta correct myself. It's not B1. It should be this one. It should be negative E7. That's not right. What? What did it? That's not right. Hold up. Hold up.
Hell no.
Hold up. Hold up.
This man, yeah, we really dead.
No, hold on. Let me make sure. Cap rate calculator. Let's just use a calculator. Property value. What we say it was 7.1. Gross income, call it 60,000. Operating expenses. Oh fuck me. They said fucking 7% vacancy rate. I think they're lying. Operating expenses. Oh, annual gross income. That's fucking okay. They playing. I'm about to get the math. Rental rate. 60, 670 times 12. 728,040. 728,040. 728,040. 728.
Don't be sad. You have no time for sadness. Car is a car, honey. Car is a car. They designed to fail. Straight up. Quick, you understand that? Quick, you move on with life. All right. Just like the man said, suspended for 3 days. Is the customer okay? All right. I'll see y'all in 3 days.
Yeah, in 3 days.
Goodbye. All right.
So, oh, we got some RuneScape out here. So, with a property value of 7.1 mil and an annual AGI of 728,000 with 30% operating expenses, and I think that it's probably conservative. 7% vacancy rate.
Ooh,
Annual
6.6.
6.6, right? And so I'm trying
So
to figure out
why was the chart kept showing 10?
Yeah, I think my number is off here. So I need to double check what it's calculating.
Kate was like, something ain't right. Let me go to this cat rate calculator.
Yeah. NOI divided by the market value. Oh, wait, that's what I did. Net. Da, 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 da.
You
Net.
forgot about the net operating income?
I didn't do net. I did B18, which is rental rate. That's gross. No, that don't make any sense. I don't like that. That doesn't make any sense to me. How is that even a thing? Oh, you know what? You know why? No, that doesn't make any sense. Because the rent rate should be monthly, and that should be monthly. That should be monthly. Is it divided by 12? I don't understand what the fuck is going on. B18. That's the rent rate. But that's not what it should be. It should be the net. It should be net. So this is E20 times 12 divided by the market value, which is, in this case, we'll call it 7.1, which is B1. That is absolutely not right. Multiply by 100? What did I fucking do, my boy? AGI. I don't know what it's. I mean, I can kind of see in here. It's accounting for the costs 70% of this and then takes off another fucking 7% as I'm looking at it. 728,040 times 0.7. Yep. Times 0.93. Yep.
Did you do 0.7?
Yeah. Well, it's not 0.7, it's 0.93. Because when you it's how much is left over after you take out the vacancy. So
Okay.
again from the top, right? 728,040, which is the AGI times operating expenses. So that means that 30% is gone. So there'll be 70% remaining, 509. And then vacancy rate, 7% of that is going to get eaten up. So there'll be 93% remaining, which is that number right
You
there.
said, wait, real quick, you said 30%, right?
Yeah, so 70% of this number, because 30% is going to disappear.
So just remember, was that the number for the high side?
I think that that's like middle of the pack. I'm accounting for at least 25%. I'm betting that it's even more than 30, honestly.
Shit.
I don't know though, right?
I don't think so.
And so here's what I account for, right? I account for it is a lot, but here's what I account for, right? We normally use 25% as a snapshot. What this 25% is, and I need to fucking put it in here. It's a note. Insert note. So what is this 25%? They're calling it 7% vacancy. So I'll just use their number. I account for at least 5% repairs, like basic repairs, and then 5 to 10%. Five. That was weird. I'm not tripping. Okay. Oh, it was mine. I know what okay. That makes a lot of sense. 5% CapEx. And then yes, vacancy repairs, CapEx, and then management. So we're at 20% before we even talk about vacancy, 27% with their vacancy numbers. Right? Like, and this is based on management, like as a management company. There has to be, for this property, there has to be an on grounds keeper. As I understand it, for a commercial property, there has to be. So that means somebody's on salary. There has to be an on the ground technician. As I understand it, there has to be a manager of some sort who is on site, whether that's in the leasing office or something. Somebody's on salary in this fucking property, right? So let's call them, like, whatever the rate is that equals out to, what is minimum wage, bro? I think it's like $18,000 a year. I don't even know, but there's somebody on retainers or somebody somewhere. And so, like, if we talk about a salary, where on the low side, that manager's making 35 grand, like, okay, what's 35,000 divided by 700 and fucking 700, what is it, 760? That's 4% on its own. So just that cost, and that's interesting because it's not even 728. So not 760. It's even worse. So 35,000 divided by 728. Yeah, that's almost 5% by itself. So I think that 30% is being generous. Like, I think that we're being fucking too liberal with that number. Where'd it go? I'm betting that we're going to be up in the 35 to 40-ish% for these numbers, right? That management fee. Maybe, and here's the thing. Maybe instead of the management salary being 10%, it'll be 5%. So 5, 10, 15, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20, 21, 22. So that's 22%. What else do we got to account for, right? You said utilities. What were the other things you're looking at? Lost rent, which is vacancy.
Hold on. So this is the seller. Well, you said what we gotta account for is talking about our expenses.
Yeah. What expenses?
So taxes,
Yeah.
utility,
Taxes. That's gonna go up. Yep.
payroll,
and that's the salary, the management salary, right? But other payroll,
mm-hmm.
who else is getting payrolled, right? There's probably a fucking service tech who's gonna get paid.
Contract services,
Yeah, so fucking gardening.
general admin, asset management, percentage, marketing, obviously repair and maintenance, and then like miscellaneous other shit. That boy Capers on left again.
What's crazy about business credit is one, you can get approved for hundreds of thousands of dollars at a 0% interest rate.
Here in Atlanta, just under 17,000, and we are off and running here in Game 6. Smart, so much made of his struggles down the stretch in Game 5. Turnovers, couple of ill-advised decisions. Jimmy, how quickly can he put it behind him? That is Jaylen Brown to get the party started from the corner. Outside to Young. Murray lets it fly. Offensive rebound for Pella. Young on the baseline, fakes the pass, and finally gets one for the Hawks. Gathered himself able to knock in the first point for the Hawks. Trae Young, 30-plus points each of the last 3 games. Horford crawling to the cup. Beautiful dish by Smart. Atlanta trying to get their offense recalibrated here. Hunter turned back. Horford was right there. Smart, 3-on-1 point. Beautiful fake and lays it in. He has been perfect. 9 for Smart. I'm going to go ahead and say that's 100% correct on that one. A lot of pride. What a career it's been for Smart. Hunter, strong move to the... It's Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot. This is your season, your space, and your place to bring it all to home. Do more this season with Spring Black Friday savings at the Home Depot.
Cole, he's my miracle child. So how does your miracle child...
Atlanta, keep in mind, a beautiful pitch. Capella from Young, dropping dimes. Now you saw when they could do it, how potent they can be from behind the three-point line. Jason Tatum. Too much. Reset. 5 to shoot. Young inside with a loaded cut. And he's headed to the free throw line. It's always going to be on Trey's shoulder, but he's able to shake it off, make plays down the street offensively and defensively. But Collins, that was a thing of beauty. And you'll see Sadiq come in. Young a launching splash. first lead for Atlanta. Jason Tatum answers quickly for Boston. Still a little bit short. And the rebound pulled by Robert Williams.